Chapter 573. The word Zhen was a declaration of war. On the stage, Yan Chuan stood straight like a javelin with the God Bestowment Scroll in his hand. His robe fluttered in the wind as he stared at Mohina Dojin with his eyes wide open. His arrogance soared to the heavens as he faced Mohina Dojin without the slightest bit of fear. Instead, he even spoke words of defiance. A virtuous Dharma idol wants to threaten Zhen. This sentence was said lightly, but in the ears of the tens of thousands of cultivators, it was like a clap of thunder. This was Mohina Dojin, one of the three great Tao lords of the Dazhao sacred ground. Everyone looked at Yan Chuan with a worried expression. Yi Feng looked at Yan Chuan and took a deep breath. He did not know what Yan Chuan was relying on, but he did not know why he trusted Yan Chuan so much. At the same time, the word Zhen was filled with a domineering aura. At this moment, the aura of an emperor burst out. Yi Feng took a deep breath as his eyes flashed with strong expectations. She looked at Yan Chuan in a daze. Spider King squinted his eyes as he looked at Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan gave him too many surprises. Meng Ziqiu looked at Yan Chuan with a complicated expression. He wanted to speak up for Yan Chuan, but Yan Chuan contradicted Mohina Dojin. This made Meng Ziqiu speechless. In the radiant world. Is this Qi Jing kid crazy? Meng Lingtian frowned. My God, he dares to contradict Mohina Dojin. Does he want to die? Dongfang Zhenpai was shocked. Meng Rongrong's face suddenly showed a trace of worry. She looked at the proud Yan Chuan in the image and frowned. She turned to look at Meng Lingtian and clenched her fists. There were a few times when she wanted to say something, but she held back. In the arena, Yan Chuan looked coldly at Mohina Dojin's virtuous Dharma form. A look of surprise also appeared on Tao Monarch Black Sun's face. He truly didn't expect that someone would dare to contradict him. And the person in front of him was only in the Qi state. An ant-like existence actually dared to talk back to him. Guyu Holy Sun was also stunned by Yan Chuan's rebuttal. Was this a joke? Was this kid crazy? Who is this? Yan Chuan, how dare you be so presumptuous in front of Mohina Dojin? Guyu Holy Sun shouted. Yan Chuan held the Book of God's investiture in his hand and turned to look coldly at Guyu Holy Sun. You have no right to speak here. Yan Chuan said coldly. What did you say? Guyu Holy Sun glared at him. Get lost. Yan Chuan shouted. Guyu Holy Sun's face turned red. He was humiliated by Yan Chuan in front of all the practitioners. Now, his father was right in front of him. Yan Chuan dared to humiliate him. After Yan Chuan finished scolding, he looked at Mohina Dojin. The Book of God's investiture belongs to me. Go back to where you came from. Yan Chuan said coldly. Go back to where you came from. Was this really something he said to Mohina Dojin? Almost everyone thought that Yan Chuan was crazy. This was a provocation. This was a naked provocation to Mohina Dojin. Presumptuous. Sure enough, Mohina Dojin was angry and shouted coldly. Suddenly, the whole arena exploded. Everyone's heart trembled. A powerful aura suddenly pressed down on everyone. The first to bear the brunt of the pressure was the stage where Yan Chuan was standing. Boom! The stage was pressed down by 10 feet. However, the part of the stage where Yan Chuan was standing did not sink down. This was because a large amount of golden aura surrounded Yan Chuan. The surging aura enveloped Yan Chuan and blocked Mohina Dojin's aura for Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan stood proudly in the aura. The aura of the Book of God's investiture surged out of his hand and protected Yan Chuan. Chapter 574. Roar. The golden dragon of providence in the God bestowment strategy suddenly roared and rushed out. It circled around Yan Chuan with its head facing the sky and its eyes glaring at Mohina Dojin. Yan Chuan stood motionless and suddenly closed his eyes. The golden dragon's pupils shrank, and its eyes suddenly became lively. If one were to look closely, they would realize that the golden dragon's eyes were exactly the same as Yan Chuan's eyes. It was as if Yan Chuan had possessed it. Suddenly, a vast aura gushed out. The golden dragon of providence twisted its powerful body. Roar! The golden dragon let out a roar, and a powerful aura instantly rushed out in all directions. A vast majestic aura surged out, and it wasn't any weaker than Tao Lord Rage's aura. The golden dragon roared, and its head was ferocious as it slowly flew into the air. It swung its tail, and its body floated in the air. Its dragon whiskers swayed slightly, and its eyes were incomparably arrogant. It stared at Mohina Dojin's virtuous Dharma idol with a ferocious expression. I said, go back to where you came from. The golden dragon suddenly said. Ah, a dragon. The dragon spoke. The golden dragon spoke. That's the golden dragon of providence. How can it speak? Countless cultivators in the surroundings were shocked. Not only the cultivators, but the virtuous paragons of the Julu Academy were also shocked. How is this possible? How is this possible? Meng Ziqiu exclaimed. Academy Master, what's going on? How can the golden dragon of providence be possessed? Yes, Academy Master. Why didn't we know? Isn't the golden dragon of providence just a symbol? Academy Master, how can the golden dragon of providence be like this? Our Julu Academy has had the golden dragon of providence for tens of thousands of years, but no one has ever been able to command it. Why can the golden dragon of providence turn into a clone in Yan Chuan's hands? Academy Master, what's going on? The virtuous paragons were all shocked. The golden dragon of providence had a powerful aura. Previously, no one could command it. But in Yan Chuan's hands, Yan Chuan, the golden dragon of providence, could turn into a clone. What was going on? Meng Ziqiu's expression was extremely complicated. He shook his head and said, I don't know, I don't know. Meng Ziqiu, in the light world, Meng Lingtian also looked at this scene in astonishment. Could it be that the legend is true? Possession of the dragon of providence. Possessed. Yan Chuan is going to defy the heavens, is this true? Dongfang Zhenpai exclaimed. Meng Rongrong looked at the huge golden dragon of providence. Although she was also shocked, she was more relieved. Yifeng looked at the golden dragon of providence and exhaled. His previous worry disappeared. Mo Yushi and Spider King looked at the remaining 4 golden dragons of providence of the Julu Academy with a strange expression. Those 4 golden dragons of providence couldn't be compared to the golden dragon of providence possessed by Yan Chuan. The difference was too great. Yan Chuan's golden dragon of providence seemed to have come alive in an instant. It was full of dominance and arrogance. It glared at Mohina Dojin and released a powerful aura. The huge golden dragon stretched out its claws and glared fiercely. Impossible, the golden dragon of providence? Isn't it a vassal of the Sea of Providence? How can it be possessed? Guyu Holy Sun exclaimed. However, the golden dragon of providence's aura was real. It rushed straight to the other side, increasing the pressure on Guyu Holy Sun. Chapter 575. Of course, the golden dragon's biggest target was Mohina Dojin's virtuous Dharma idol. The golden dragon of providence and the virtuous Dharma idol, 2 pure and ethereal energies, emitted majestic auras as they targeted each other. Rumble. Providence and virtuous Dharma idol collided with each other, causing the void to tremble. Mohina Dojin also looked at the golden dragon of providence in front of him in surprise. Originally, Mohina Dojin wanted the God Bestowment Stratagem and Tian Su to have other uses, but now he discovered that the God Bestowment Stratagem was actually so miraculous. For a moment, Mohina Dojin didn't want to leave, but to obtain the God Bestowment Stratagem. Ha 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 ha, God Bestowment Stratagem and Golden Dragon of Providence? What a pleasant surprise. Aunt, I'll give you one more chance. Hand over the God bestowment stratagem. Mohina Dojin coldly said. In mid-air, the golden dragon of providence angrily glared at Mohina Dojin. When it heard Mohina Dojin's words, the corner of its mouth revealed a trace of a sneer. The golden dragon of providence smiled. This made the virtuous paragons of the Julu Academy feel ashamed. Why haven't I seen the golden dragon of providence smile before? How was it possible that Yan Chuan was able to unleash it so brilliantly? If you want the God bestowment stratagem, then show me your ability. Otherwise, go back to where you came from. Yan Chuan's golden dragon of providence suddenly shouted coldly. Ha, reckless brat! You dare to provoke this lord after obtaining the God bestowment stratagem? Die for me! Mohina Dojin coldly shouted. While speaking, Mohina Dojin flipped his hand and slapped down. A huge handprint suddenly appeared. Rumble. His entire head seemed to be covered by that handprint. It was a huge flaming handprint that blotted out the sky. The flames were incomparably hot. Even from a long distance away, they could feel the violent heat. The golden palm pressed down on the golden dragon of providence as if it wanted to capture the golden dragon of providence. Virtuous giant palm. Ha ha ha, that's all there is to it. The golden dragon of destiny suddenly burst into laughter. Ong! Facing the fiery virtuous giant palm, the golden dragon of providence suddenly roared into the sky. The roar was so powerful that the void trembled. Dragon's roar and tiger's roar were the strongest sound arts in the world. The golden dragon of fortune let out a roar, and a powerful shockwave swept towards the sky. Rumble. Julu Academy's Sea of Providence also began to churn. The roar of Yan Chuan's golden dragon of providence rushed toward the virtuous giant palm. Rumble. When the big handprint pressed down, it seemed to have encountered a huge resistance in midair. It suddenly slowed down, and its whole body trembled. Rumble. The trembling became more and more intense. Bam! With a loud explosion, Mohina Dojin's powerful virtuous giant palm was blown apart by Yan Chuan's roar. Boom! Flames spread in all directions, burning the sky of Julu City. Countless clouds in the sky instantly evaporated, and the sky was filled with a sea of fire. But in the end, the virtuous giant palm collapsed. It was destroyed by Yan Chuan's roar. The first confrontation between Mohina Dojin and Yan Chuan ended with Mohina Dojin's defeat. The golden dragon floated up again. Its eyes were ferocious as it stared coldly at Mohina Dojin opposite it. A ferocious aura surged out. The surrounding cultivators seemed to have lost their voices at the same time. All of them stared at the sky in disbelief. Meng Ziqiu, Yue, and the others were even more confused. The golden dragon of providence is actually so powerful. Why didn't I know about it? Meng Ziqiu was confused. In the past, there were 5 golden dragons of providence, but no one had ever been able to make them unleash their combat power. Yan Chuan did it. How did he do it? That was Mohina Dojin's palm, but it was destroyed by Yan Chuan's roar. Mohina Dojin was an expert in the upper void realm. The upper void realm. The shocking scene made the surrounding cultivators look confused. At this moment, Yan Chuan had overturned everyone's understanding. Completely overturned. Chapter 576. Mohina Dojin's great palm print was shattered by the golden dragon's roar. In an instant, the square was completely silent. Mohina Dojin was an upper emptiness realm cultivator who was only a step away from becoming an immortal. However, Yan Chuan was only in the chi state. In the mortal world, the chi state was a formidable power. However, in front of Mohina Dojin, he was just an ant. However, the golden dragon in front of them was able to block the attack of a quasi-immortal. Even if it was just a casual move, even if it was just a virtuous Dharma idol, it should not be. All the cultivators held their breaths as they watched this unbelievable scene. The golden dragon looked at the virtuous Dharma idol in front of it. The investiture of the gods is mine. It is the will of the heavens. Are you going against the will of the heavens? Yan Chuan shouted coldly. Ha 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 ha, the golden dragon of providence. You're actually like my virtuous Dharma idol. You've really taught everyone in the world a lesson. Unfortunately, no one can get what I want. Tao Monarch Morning Sun said in a gloomy tone. He waved his hand and a bell appeared in his palm. The bell was not a physical object. It seemed to be formed by the power of virtue. Even so, it was still a treasure refined by an upper emptiness realm cultivator. Naturally, it was powerful. Ding ling ling. The bell shook and a white light wave appeared in the void. It rushed toward the golden dragon of providence. You want to disperse me? Ha! The golden dragon of providence laughed coldly. Xing! On Yan Chuan's back, the Jade Emperor's sword suddenly shot up into the sky. As soon as the Jade Emperor's sword appeared, a dark evil aura rushed toward the opposite side. A huge sword energy suddenly burst out and went straight for the bell in Mohina Dojin's hand. Boom! A loud sound rang out as the sound of the bell and the sword energy collided with each other. The two forces were in a deadlock for a moment. Buzz! In the void, the two magic treasures stuck together. The golden dragon of destiny and the virtuous Dharma idol were activated at the same time. The vast power collided with each other, and in the sky, a hurricane was formed. The golden dragon of destiny. Mohina Dojin's voice was filled with determination. The golden dragon of providence suddenly revealed a ferocious expression as it said, "The closer you are to the Holy Land, the stronger you are. You are already millions of miles away from the Dazhao Holy Land, so your power must be much weaker. If you retreat now, I can pretend that I didn't see you. Otherwise, I will make your providence scatter and your dharma shatter." Countless cultivators below had already turned to stone with their mouths agape. What did I hear? Are you kidding? Yan Chuan is threatening Mohina Dojin? It's true. Yan Chuan is threatening Mohina Dojin. He's crazy. He's really crazy. Countless voices of disbelief came from all around. The upper void stage was just a step away from Immortal Li. Yan Chuan, a chi state cultivator, was threatening an upper void stage cultivator. At this point in the Heavenly Bestowment Conference, the word shocking could no longer be used to describe it. It was too crazy. What did I just see? Some were worried, some were excited, and some were disdainful. There were all kinds of emotions around. However, the Jade Emperor's sword really restrained Mohina Dojin's bell. Beside Mohina Dojin, Guyu Holy Sun's eyelids twitched. At the same time, there was jealousy in his eyes. The investiture of the gods. He has the investiture of the gods, and he can fight against Father. Why is Yan Chuan so lucky to have the Jade Emperor's sword and the investiture of the gods? Why don't I have any magic treasures? Stop, Father. After Guyu Holy Sun's jealousy, he also realized how terrifying Yan Chuan was. His speed of growth was too terrifying. Chapter 577. Lowering his head, Guyu Holy Sun saw Yan Chuan's body surrounded by a large amount of fate energy. Yan Chuan's body had his eyes closed as if he was controlling the huge golden dragon of fate energy. Guyu Holy Sun squinted his eyes. Body? As long as I destroy your body, you will die no matter how strong you are. Guyu Holy Sun's eyes were filled with hatred. He did as he said. He turned into a shooting star and shot towards Yan Chuan. Swoosh! He held a long sword in his hand as if he wanted to kill Yan Chuan in an instant. Yan Chuan, who was controlling the golden dragon of fate energy, naturally saw Guyu Holy Sun's actions and saw through his intentions. Anger flashed in his eyes. Roar! As it roared, the golden dragon of fate energy shone brightly. It was ferocious and extremely powerful. Boom! The Jade Emperor's sword's power increased tremendously. The air shook violently as a huge explosion sounded in the entire Julu city. Boom! Mohina Dojin's bell exploded and the Jade Emperor's sword was thrown back. The dragon twisted its body and swung its tail fiercely towards the ancient moon holy sun. Ah! When the ancient moon saint child saw the dragon tail swinging towards him, his face instantly changed and he screamed. Boom! Under the huge impact, Guyu holy sun was sent flying. A huge wind blew in the air. Pft! In midair, Guyu holy sun spat out a mouthful of blood. Holy sun! Chang San immediately rushed forward to support him. However, the huge force was too strong. The moment Chang San supported Guyu holy sun, part of the huge force went into Chang San's body. Pft! Chang San spat out a mouthful of blood. The two of them flew backwards for several li before slowly coming to a halt. At that moment, their eyes were filled with shock. The power of the God sealing strategy. This is the power of the God bestowment strategy. Guyu holy sun exclaimed. Of course, what Guyu holy sun didn't know was that this wasn't the power of the God bestowment strategy, but the power of destiny. The majestic destiny was controlled by Yan Chuan, and as a monarch, he could unleash a vast amount of power. Impudent! The golden dragon of destiny bellowed. It wasn't clear if he was scolding Guyu holy sun for overestimating himself or if he was scolding Mohina Dojin for being shameless. Or he could scold both of them with a single sentence. Xing! The Jade Emperor's sword suddenly flew towards Yan Chuan's main body. Pausing in midair, it suddenly transformed, from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. In the blink of an eye, thousands of Jade Emperor's swords appeared around the origin battle arena. Bang! The thousands of Jade Emperor's swords suddenly released a vast amount of sword chi that swept across the entire battle arena. In the blink of an eye, Yan Chuan was surrounded by billions of sword chi. Jade Emperor's sword formation. Guyu holy sun recognized it from afar. The Jade Emperor's sword formation was protecting Yan Chuan's main body. The golden dragon of destiny pounced towards Mohina Dojin with bared fangs and brandished claws. Roar! A loud dragon roar rushed over, and Mohina Dojin's virtuous dharma power was instantly enraged. Evil creature, how dare you! Mohina Dojin roared. Boom! Suddenly, Mohina Dojin seemed to have transformed into the sun. A terrifying fire swept towards the golden dragon of destiny like a sea of fire spewing out. Boom! In an instant, the golden dragon of destiny was drowned in the sea of fire. Roar! In the sea of fire, the golden dragon of destiny kept roaring. Evil creature, how dare you humiliate me! Today, I'll destroy your body and soul. Mohina Dojin roared in the void. Chapter 578. Boom! The fire suddenly soared into the sky. Mohina Dojin continuously poured the sun's fire into the sea of fire. Within the sea of fire, the golden dragon of providence forcefully twisted its huge body. You want to destroy my body and soul? Ha ha ha, Mohina Dojin, your current virtuous dharma idol is far from enough. You are too far away from the great Zhao's sacred ground. You can't even use 1/100th of your strength. You want to destroy my body and soul. Yan Chuan laughed sinisterly within the fire. Boom! The sea of fire exploded. Roar! The golden dragon of providence's head suddenly stretched out a huge sea of fire. With a tyrannical force, it broke through the sea of fire and roared furiously as it charged towards Mohina Dojin. Boom! The virtuous Dharma idol and the golden dragon of providence collided. To be precise, the golden dragon of providence's claws grabbed Mohina Dojin's body. Boom! 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 The two experts tangled with each other, each releasing a huge amount of strength. Evil creature, how dare you! Mohina Dojin's furious roar came from the sky. A virtuous Dharma idol of less than 1/100th. Ha ha ha, Mohina Dojin. I am not an ant that you can knead. If you dare to destroy my body and soul, I will destroy your virtuous Dharma idol and destroy your virtuous Dharma idol. Yen Chuan said viciously. Roar. The dragon head roared at Mohina Dojin. Its dragon claws released a ferocious force as it tore fiercely. Rumble. While all the cultivators were petrified, the savage dragon claws tore apart Mohina Dojin's virtuous Dharma idol. The powerful virtuous Dharma idol was torn apart by the golden dragon of providence in front of everyone. Tear him apart. Mohina Dojin roared angrily, evil creature, bastard, I will tear you to pieces, I will make sure you never reincarnate. Ong! Boom! Mohina Dojin was torn in half by the golden dragon of luck in front of all the cultivators in the world. Torn to shreds. The two halves of the virtuous Dharma idol suddenly collapsed, turning into scattered virtuous Dharma idols. Boom! The dismembered corpse turned into chi of merit and slowly dissipated into the void. High up in the sky, Mohina Dojin's virtuous Dharma idol disappeared, leaving only one thing in the air. The ferocious golden dragon of destiny, the roaring golden dragon of destiny. This was the karmic Dharma idol of a powerful Tao Lord. He had been torn apart. Tao Lord Mantis had been torn apart by an unknown Chi realm cultivator in front of everyone in the world. Torn apart. This savage tear not only tore apart Mohina Dojin's virtuous Dharma idol, but it also tore apart the hearts of all the cultivators. The entire Providence Square was filled with petrified cultivators, their eyeballs dropping to the ground. Even Guyu Holy Sun was completely petrified when he saw his father being torn apart. This is impossible, this should not happen, this does not exist. The virtuous Dharma idol dissipated, and the golden dragon of destiny suddenly roared to the sky. Ong! The dragon's roar filled the sky, spreading throughout Jilu city and into the ears of countless cultivators. It was as if it was announcing the birth of a new expert. At this moment, Mo Shi and Yi Feng were indescribably excited. They clenched their fists tightly, as if the one roaring in the sky was not Yen Chuan, but themselves. They were very excited and trembling. It was as if their souls were trembling. Chapter 579. The Golden Dragon of Providence, Tearing the Sun Apart. In the Light World. At this moment, in front of the Light Palace, everyone was shocked. Oh my God, Yen Chuan has really defied the heavens? That's Mohina Dojin, that's Mohina Dojin. Dongfang Zhengpai exclaimed. Not only Dongfang Zhengpai, even Meng Rongrong was covering her mouth, afraid that she would scream. What had just happened, the scene of Tao Lord being torn apart was simply too explosive and too ferocious. Tao Lord was one of the most powerful figures in the entire universe, and this violent tearing had caused everyone's blood to begin to boil. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Yet, it was happening right in front of his eyes. Yen Chuan's domineering and barbaric nature was vividly displayed by that forceful tear. Meng Rongrong's breathing became hurried when she saw this scene. After taking a few deep breaths to calm down, Meng Rongrong looked at Yen Chuan again with a complicated look in her eyes. The other three who had entered with him were also astonished. Only Meng Lingtian squinted his eyes. It seems that the legend is true. Someone did it. Someone actually did it. Meng Lingtian muttered to himself. Heaven's Gift Square. Ong! The golden dragon of providence that Yen Chuan possessed raised its head and roared. Its body danced in the air, exuding a boundless domineering aura. In the Heaven's Gift Square, some people gradually recovered from their shock. Meng Ziqiu and the others' faces twitched violently. Mohina Dojin. He tore apart Mohina Dojin. A Chi realm cultivator tore apart an upper ethereal realm cultivator. Am I crazy, or is the world crazy? I've gone mad. The sounds of discussion began to ring out. Voices of excitement and madness could be heard from all directions. From the beginning of the Heavenly Bestowment Conference until now, it had already exceeded everyone's expectations. After today's battle, Yan Chuan's name would definitely resound throughout the East, and even the world. What a shocking scene. In the previous tournament, the Blood Demon had appeared and fought in all directions. This year's competition was simply indescribable. Starting from the sovereign personage, they had been challenging the cultivator's nerves. Roar! After the dragon roar ended, the golden dragon of Providence suddenly twisted its body and swooped down. Whirlwinds rose around the golden dragon. The dragon's head was lofty, and it instantly appeared in front of the 5 figures. Guyu Holy Sun, Chang San, Qin King, Chess King, Book King. Whoosh! A strong wind blew, and the dragon head stopped in front of Guyu Holy Sun. Guyu Holy Sun clutched his chest as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. His eyelids twitched violently. Guyu Holy Sun was deeply affected by today's events, so much so that Guyu Holy Sun couldn't accept it. His father, who had always been high and mighty and invincible, had actually been torn apart by an ant like Yan Chuan. Although it was only a virtuous Dharma idol, it was still his father's body. How could it be torn apart in front of everyone? It was torn apart. This scene completely overturned Guyu Holy Sun's understanding. It was too terrifying and too impossible. The dragon head instantly appeared in front of Guyu Holy Sun, and a vicious aura surged toward Guyu. Step. Guyu subconsciously took a step back. Although it was only a subconscious step, it revealed Guyu Holy Sun's inner fear. It was an instinctive fear. It was different from when the Jade Emperor retreated from the sword array. Although he was not as strong as the Jade Emperor, he was unwilling to admit defeat. His willpower was still strong, but this time, his willpower was being forced back by Yan Chuan. His heart was giving in. If Yan Chuan did not die, he would forever be Guyu Holy Sun's inner demon, and it would be difficult for him to improve his cultivation. Chapter 580. Guyu Holy Sun realized that he had lost his composure. He calmed himself down and asked, "What are you trying to do?" The dragon stared at Guyu and said, "Don't worry, I won't kill you. A Qi state cultivator is telling me that he won't kill me. Is he pitying me?" The ancient Saint child's face was filled with shame and anger, but he still held it in and did not say anything. "Go back and tell Mohina Dojin not to mess with me. He can't afford to mess with me," Yan Chuan said coldly. "He can't afford to mess with you." Before Guyu Holy Sun could say anything, the surrounding cultivators were stunned. What did Yan Chuan just say? Mohina Dojin can't afford to mess with you? Are you crazy? What you tore apart was just the virtuous Dharma idol. How strong is Mohina Dojin? Are you going to hide in the Golden Dragon forever? Ha ha ha. Guyu Holy Sun was so angry that he started laughing. The Golden Dragon squinted its eyes. What a joke. Yan Chuan, my father can't afford to mess with you. What a joke. Let me tell you, you destroyed my father's virtuous Dharma idol in front of everyone today. Just you wait, my father will tear you into pieces. My father said that you will never be able to reincarnate, so he will definitely make sure that you will never be able to reincarnate. Just wait for your death, just wait for your death. Ancient Moon Holy Sun immediately shouted. Roar! The golden dragon suddenly let out another dragon roar. The vast sound wave made the crazy ancient Saint child suddenly quiver, and he immediately stopped talking. If you want to make a scene, go back and make a scene. Just tell them what I said. If you talk too much and annoy me, I will tear you apart. The golden dragon said fiercely. Guyu Holy Sun's face darkened. He had never been threatened like this before. A Qi state cultivator was threatening him and he didn't even dare to fart. What a humiliation. But at this moment, he could only endure. The golden dragon of destiny glared fiercely at Guyu. Right at that moment, a thunderous roar reverberated throughout Julu city. You're someone I can't afford to offend? An angry voice with terrifying might came from the north. Every word seemed to be much louder. Clearly, the person who spoke was rushing over at an astonishing speed. Under that terrifying speed, when the last word of rise was heard, the sky was filled with huge explosions. Rumble. Amidst a series of loud booms, a powerful aura pressed down on the entire Julu city. Buzz. In an instant, everyone in Julu city felt a great threat. It was as if the heavens were descending. The powerful pressure seemed to be pressing down on countless cultivators until they could not stand up straight. They could only bend their bodies and try to resist. However, this aura was too powerful and too violent. The Heaven's Gift Square was the first to bear the brunt. Ka 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 ka. A large number of Shouja could not stand it any longer and knelt down. Under this powerful aura, they were forced to kneel down. Many of the Shouja were humiliated, but more of them were terrified. This aura was too ferocious. It was so ferocious that they could not even think of resisting. The huge pressure was directed at the Golden Dragon of Destiny. Buzz buzz buzz. The Golden Dragon of Destiny trembled violently as if it was about to be crushed by this aura. Roar. The Golden Dragon roared and exploded with thousands of rays of golden light. Only then did it manage to resist this aura. A figure in a Taoist robe floated above the Heaven's Gift Square. The powerful aura was emitted from his body. Just his aura alone was enough to put the Golden Dragon of Destiny in a difficult position. The figure floating in the air was wearing a golden Taoist robe. He had a Taoist hairstyle and a sun-shaped mark in between his eyebrows. His eyes were cold as he looked at the Golden Dragon of Destiny coldly. Chapter 581. He floated in the air as if all the people in the world were beneath his feet. The great pressure pressed down on the entire Julu city. Father, Father, you're here so soon. Guyu Holy Sun shouted excitedly. Father. In the square, the faces of the cultivators who were not forced to kneel down changed. Guyu Holy Sun could only have one father, Mohina Dojin. There was no golden light, only the aura. This was not the virtuous Dharma idol, but Mohina Dojin's real body. His real body is here. So soon. Meng Ziqiu and the others' faces changed. Even a Tao Lord would not be able to arrive so soon. There was only one possibility. Mohina Dojin was not far from here. Mohina Dojin was here. Within that vast aura, there was a great amount of anger. The virtuous Dharma idol was destroyed. This was not only a slight decrease in power, but also a challenge to his dignity. No, it was trampled on. Yan Chuan had just trampled on Mohina Dojin's dignity. Whoosh! Almost instantly, everyone's eyes gathered on Yan Chuan and the Golden Dragon of Providence. Oh no, what should we do now? Mo Yushi's face changed. In the world of light. Mohina Dojin. Damn, why is he here? So soon. Yan Chuan is in trouble. He's really in trouble. Dongfang Zhenpai said worriedly. Meng Rongrong also frowned. Teacher. Meng Rongrong finally could not help but look at Meng Lingtian. Meng Lingtian did not say anything. Instead, he looked at the Golden Dragon of Providence. Not changing in the face of danger. This Yan Chuan is impressive. He's already at the end of his rope, but his expression did not change. Meng Lingtian exclaimed. When Meng Lingtian said that, everyone looked at the Golden Dragon of Providence. Indeed, although the Golden Dragon of Providence was trembling under Mohina Dojin's aura, its eyes were still domineering and fierce. How can this be? Everyone was shocked. On the Heaven's Gift Square. Tao Lord Black Sun stared coldly at the Golden Dragon of Destiny. The Golden Dragon of Destiny stared coldly at Tao Lord Black Sunday, roar. With a dragon roar, the Golden Dragon of Luck suddenly swayed its body and charged toward Yan Chuan. Rumble. The countless sword chi that surrounded Yan Chuan's body suddenly exploded. In the blink of an eye, only the Jade Emperor's sword was left. The Jade Emperor's sword formation. Roar. The golden dragon of destiny roared and shot straight toward the god investiture scroll. Boom. As the golden dragon of providence charged into the god bestowment strategy, Yan Chuan's body suddenly opened its eyes. Mohina Dojin looked coldly at Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan opened his eyes and looked coldly at Mohina Dojin. Humph, golden dragon of providence. Yan Chuan. I said that I would tear you into pieces and make sure you never reincarnate. I'll definitely honor my words. Tao Lord Black Sun said in a frosty tone. As he spoke, the surrounding void seemed to have been frozen by the cold air. Large amounts of frost and snow suddenly fell. Yan Chuan, who was waiting to beg for mercy, did not appear. Yan Chuan looked coldly at Mohina Dojin and sneered. Did you hear what this emperor said earlier? Yan Chuan asked coldly. Oh. Mohina Dojin looked at Yan Chuan in surprise. Is this person crazy? Even though I am here, he dares to speak nonsense. Go back to where you came from. Don't try to provoke this emperor. Yan Chuan threatened coldly with a glare. Don't try to provoke this emperor. Countless cultivators in the plaza turned to stone again, including Guyu Holy Sun. He opened his mouth and looked at Yan Chuan like a fool. What did I hear? Did I go crazy again? Or did this world go crazy again? He is threatening Mohina Dojin. It looks like I went crazy again. The surrounding cultivators looked at Yan Chuan in shock. Chapter 582. Heaven's Gift Plaza. Countless practitioners stared at Yan Chuan in a daze. Their expressions were as blank as they could be. If they did not experience the previous scene, they would definitely think that Yan Chuan was crazy, absolutely crazy. However, from the beginning of the Wen duel until now, Yan Chuan had built confidence in the hearts of countless practitioners, giving them a feeling of trust. However, Mohina Dojin was too strong, only one step away from becoming an immortal. This was not the virtuous Dharma idol, this was the real body. The real body had come personally. Could Yan Chuan still do it? Could he still hold on? Looking at Yan Chuan's robe fluttering in the wind, countless practitioners were speechless. They did not believe it, but they were also looking forward to it. Go back to where you came from. Don't try to provoke me. Yan Chuan's words resounded throughout the entire Heaven's Gift Plaza, and even reached Mohina Dojin's ears. Mohina Dojin's eyes were cold. Today, his dignity was being challenged again and again. Where did this brat come from? How dare he be so arrogant? Mohina Dojin's eyes were cold. You're courting death. Mohina Dojin roared. Boom. Once again, he stretched out his palm and slapped towards Yan Chuan. This time, it was still a huge palm print. This time, the palm print was many times stronger than the one from the virtuous Dharma idol. The surrounding space seemed to be distorted. As the palm pressed down, golden light shot out in all directions, as if a sun was falling. The intense light caused more than half of the practitioners to be unable to open their eyes. Boom! Before the palm pressed down, the Heaven's Gift Plaza suddenly sank. Just the powerful aura alone caused the ground to sink by more than 10 feet. Countless practitioners staggered and fell, looking at the golden palm pressing towards Yan Chuan in horror. Before the palm arrived, the golden light had already illuminated Yan Chuan to an extremely dazzling degree. In the face of this palm, Yan Chuan did not show any signs of fear. Instead, his eyes were filled with ferocity. He stood with his hands behind his back, and the golden dragon of destiny circled around him to resist this aura. Buzz! The Jade King's sword was on Yan Chuan's back. It was like it wanted to rush forward, but Yan Chuan suppressed it. He looked coldly at Mohina Dojin's palm that was filled with immense power. It seemed that Yan Chuan was about to be buried under the golden palm. Guyu Holy Sun sneered. Meng Ziqiu and the others tried to stop him, but it was too late. No! Mou, she screamed. The golden light had already illuminated Yan Chuan. In the blink of an eye, the palm print was right in front of him. In just an instant, Yan Chuan would be completely vaporized by this palm print. At this moment, looking at the golden palm print, Yan Chuan's ferocious face suddenly revealed a rare smile. Whoosh! In an instant, the entire Heaven's Gift Plaza was filled with raging winds. Suddenly, a white fist appeared beside Yan Chuan. The white fist was constantly growing in size. Raging winds blew around the fist and swept across the entire Heaven's Gift Plaza, and even the entire Jilu city. The white fist met the golden palm and collided with it with a loud bang. Hong! The loud explosion caused countless practitioners to bleed from their ears. The ground shook, and countless practitioners who just got up fell down again. Jilu Mountain began to shake from the loud noise. The entire Jilu city seemed to be shaking as well. Rumble. In an instant, Jilu city shook, and countless practitioners staggered. The golden light illuminated the entire city, and the wind blew in all directions. Chapter 583. My ears. Ah! My house is collapsing. Ah! Jilu Mountain is collapsing. In Jilu City, countless cultivators screamed in fear. Many cultivators in the Heaven's Gift Square fell to the ground. The earthquake in Jilu City only calmed down after 10 breaths of time. In the Heaven's Gift Square, the white fist and the golden palm collided. After a strong shockwave, the collision dissipated. Ouch! My ears can't hear. PFFF. I'm severely injured. In the Heaven's Gift Square, many cultivators fell to the ground and groaned in pain. Of course, most of them were staring at Yan Chuan. Mou, she was the most anxious. She stabilized herself and looked over. Yan Chuan was still standing there. Facing the strong collision, Yan Chuan's eyelids did not even twitch. He was still looking coldly at Mohina Dojin. Mohina Dojin also frowned and looked down. At this moment, another white-robed figure appeared beside Yan Chuan. The white-robed figure's fist was glowing with white light. His eyes were wide open, and cold light shot out. He was looking at Mohina Dojin in the sky. He was the one who threw the punch just now. He was the one who blocked Mohina Dojin for Yan Chuan. Bai Ditian? Meng Ziqiu shouted from not far away. Beside Yan Chuan was the king of the tiger race, Bai Ditian. Who is he? He was the one who helped Yan Chuan block Mohina Dojin's palm. What a powerful punch. Is he also in the upper emptiness realm? That is Mohina Dojin's original body. Everyone was shocked as they looked at Bai Ditian, who was beside Yan Chuan, in shock. Spider King smiled bitterly. At this moment, Spider King finally understood what kind of person he had offended. At that time, he had wanted to capture him. Mo Yushi's expression softened. Yi Feng heaved a sigh of relief. There was also a white kitten on Bai Ditian's shoulder. Meow, Yan Chuan, I've called Old White for you. Amazing, right? Meow immediately jumped onto Yan Chuan's shoulder and said proudly. Who? On the other side, Qing Long and Bai Long flew in from outside the Heaven's Gift Plaza, towards Mo Yushi. Saintess, I won't let you down. Qing Long said with a smile. Evidently, before the Heaven's Bestowment Conference, Yan Chuan had instructed Qing Long to bring Miao to invite Bai Ditian. Mo Yushi nodded, but she was more concerned about Yan Chuan. Bai Ditian sent Mohina Dojin flying with a single punch. The two peerless masters stared at each other. Who are you? Mohina Dojin asked coldly. Bai Ditian's punch really surprised Mohina Dojin. One had to know that although he had not used his full strength, he had used 70% of his strength. But it had still been scattered by the other party. Yan Chuan's backer. He was Yan Chuan's backer. A mere chi state cultivator had the backing of an upper void stage master. Dao Lord Fury Sun was bewildered for a moment. Day attendant, you don't even recognize me? Bai Ditian said coldly. Day attendant? Mohina Dojin suddenly narrowed his eyes. There were not many people in the world who knew and dared to call him a day attendant. No, as the Dajiao's sacred ground grew stronger, no one dared to call him a day attendant. Those who called him day attendants were all famous heroes from thousands of years ago. Day attendant? He knows me. Mohina Dojin looked at Bai Ditian again and looked at him carefully. He frowned slightly, unable to recall who he was. A breeze blew around Bai Ditian, as if he had become one with the wind. Chapter 584. Wind. Wind follows the tiger. 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 A figure suddenly flashed across his mind. That figure matched the one in front of him. Bai Ditian. Mohina Dojin's expression changed. The formidable martial artist that he looked up to 8,000 years ago. Bai Ditian looked coldly at Mohina Dojin and did not say anything. It was obvious that he agreed with Mohina Dojin's guess. Aren't you dead? Mohina Dojin asked in a low voice. He looked up to Bai Ditian in the past. Now that he had reached the upper void realm, there was no need for him to look up to Bai Ditian anymore. But why did the dead Bai Ditian appear again? Life is unpredictable. I'm alive now. You can leave. Send my regards to Jingting. Bai Ditian said plainly. Mohina Dojin looked at Bai Ditian in shock. He wanted to attack Bai Ditian to break his past impression of Bai Ditian and to correct himself. However, Bai Ditian was too powerful back then. He was even a formidable martial artist that Sacred Lord Jingting wanted to recruit. For a moment, Mohina Dojin fell silent. While Dao Lord Morning Sun was bewildered, he looked at Yan Chuan again. When he saw Yan Chuan's faint smile, his expression darkened. Bai Ditian, did you come out to protect Yan Chuan? Mohina Dojin asked again. At this moment, Mohina Dojin was no longer just looking down on Yan Chuan. Bai Ditian was just like Jingting, whom he had followed back then. Although Jingting's cultivation level was not high back then, Jingting's prowess had already been established. Yes. Bai Ditian said. Mohina Dojin's expression changed. He looked at Yan Chuan again. Why? Back then, I tried to recruit you, but you rejected me. Now, you want to protect Yan Chuan. Mohina Dojin said coldly. It's none of your business. Bai Ditian said coldly. Meow, Yan Chuan saved little Bai of old Bai's family. Did you save him? Meow suddenly shouted to the sky. Huh? Mohina Dojin raised his eyebrows. Little Bai of the old Bai family? Lao Bai was Bai Ditian, but who was little Bai? Although he didn't know who Little White was, Mohina Dojin could sense that Little White was someone very important to Bai Ditian. Did Yan Chuan receive Bai Ditian's protection because he saved someone important to Bai Ditian? After coming to this conclusion, Mohina Dojin let out a long sigh of relief. Everything made sense now. He looked coldly at Yan Chuan. What a lucky brat. Bai Ditian's appearance didn't just mean that he had met a formidable martial artist. There were also many connections involved. This was because Jingting had valued Bai Ditian greatly back then. Mohina Dojin couldn't decide how to deal with Bai Ditian. Looking at Bai Ditian, he took a deep breath and said, Guyu, let's go. Huh? Father, are you going to let Yan Chuan off just like that? Guyu Holy Sun immediately shouted. Guyu Holy Sun wanted Yan Chuan dead so badly. His father was here. Yan Chuan was supposed to be dead, but he was still alive and well. Why? Why was this happening? Mohina Dojin looked coldly at Guyu. Father. Guyu Holy Sun shivered and didn't dare to say anything else. With a wave of his sleeves, Mohina Dojin brought Guyu Holy Sun and left instantly. In the blink of an eye, Shaochen vanished from everyone's sight. Holy Sun, Tao Lord, wait for me. Chang San and the others quickly gave chase in horror. Mohina Dojin left. He suddenly left just like that. Countless cultivators in the plaza still could not accept this sudden fact. That was Mohina Dojin's main body. Bai Ditian? Can anyone tell me who Bai Ditian is? Bai Ditian? Who is he? What is the relationship between Bai Ditian and Yan Chuan? Countless cultivators in the plaza revealed confused expressions. Chapter 585. Mohina Dojin had given up so easily. Bai Ditian? A new expert had appeared in front of the countless cultivators. Who was he? He had forced Mohina Dojin back with one punch. No, he had not forced Mohina Dojin back. Almost everyone could see that Bai Ditian was at the upper void realm, and Mohina Dojin had left because he knew Bai Ditian. No one thought that Mohina Dojin would lose. After all, Bai Ditian and Mohina Dojin had not even started fighting. Why? Bai Ditian looked around. Finally, he said to Yan Chuan, I'll wait for you in the East Hall. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Bai Ditian disappeared. Once Bai Ditian left, countless cultivators looked at Yan Chuan. The Emperor, Yan Chuan, Bai Ditian? There were too many surprises for the countless cultivators today. No matter what method Yan Chuan had used, he had forced Mohina Dojin back. He had even forced Mohina Dojin's main body to retreat. After today, Yan Chuan's name would spread throughout the world. In the radiant world. That was too exciting. Ha ha ha, he forced Mohina Dojin back with one punch. This Bai Ditian is too awesome. He actually knows Yan Chuan. Dongfang Zhenpai exclaimed. Meng Rongrong sighed secretly. At the same time, she looked at Yan Chuan with a complicated expression. Meng Lingtian frowned as he looked at Bai Ditian. There was a sigh in his eyes. Why, old Meng, do you know Bai Ditian? Dongfang Zhenpai was surprised. Back then, they came to the Julu Academy to seek education. Meng Lingtian said thoughtfully. Couple. Seek education. Who? Dongfang Zhenpai was slightly stunned. Ah. Don't tell me you're talking about Bai Ditian. Dongfang Zhenpai's eyes widened. Meng Lingtian sighed slightly and said, Back then, when I officially entered the light world, I only met Bai Ditian briefly. However, he left a deep impression on me. After so many years, he has changed a lot. Ah. Really? Old Meng, how old are you? Dongfang Zhenpai looked at Meng Lingtian in surprise. You have no respect for your elders. Copy the words of the sages 100 times. Meng Lingtian said sullenly. As he spoke, he flung his sleeves and left. Ah. Copy 100 times? Old Meng, no, teacher, I was wrong, don't make me copy, the number of words will kill me. Dongfang Zhenpai cried and followed. The battle outside was almost over, and there was nothing left to see. Meng Lingtian was bored and left. Meng Rongrong and the other three were still looking outside. Heaven's Gift Square, on the broken arena. Yan Chuan looked around with the God Investiture Scroll in his hand. Congratulations, Mr. Yan. You've been blessed by the investiture of the gods. You can now open the 5th Academy. Meng Ziqiu exclaimed. As soon as Meng Ziqiu spoke, countless cultivators in the surroundings reacted. Congratulations, Mr. Yan. Congratulations, Mr. Yan, for obtaining the God Investiture Scroll. Congratulations. Countless cultivators congratulated him, and many Confucian cultivators even looked at him with admiration. Today, at the Heaven's Gift Conference, he would definitely become an immortal legend. At the same time, 100 years later, perhaps Yan Chuan would be able to host the Heaven's Gift Conference. Many cultivators from various sects looked at him with friendly eyes. Mr. Monroe showed a hint of bitterness. Today's battle had far exceeded his expectations. He didn't know if he would complete Mohina Dojin's task when he returned. Sigh. Mr. Monroe sighed slightly. He quietly left the congratulatory crowd. Yi Feng saw Wen Ruo leave, but he didn't stop her, because he could see that Wen Ruo couldn't stop her at all. Mr. Yi, please say goodbye to Prince Yen for me. I've done what I should, and it's time to return and report to my master. Spider King said solemnly. Chapter 586. I will pass on Mr. Wang's words. Yi Feng nodded. Wang Zhu nodded and left as well. Mo Yushi led Qing Long and the rest as they quietly watched Yan Chuan on the stage. Their eyes revealed an emotional smile. Yan Chuan looked around and saw countless cultivators congratulating him. Yan Chuan smiled. He reached out and pressed his hand down. The surrounding cultivators seemed to know that Yan Chuan had something to say, and they all stopped talking. Thank you for your support today. Next year, on the 9th day of the 9th lunar month, near Carefree City, I will hold the Great God Investiture Ceremony. All cultivators are welcome, regardless of their cultivation level. Yan Chuan said. Great God Investiture Ceremony? Most people thought that Yan Chuan's Great God Investiture Ceremony was to establish a huge academy. Instantly, countless cultivators spoke again. I will definitely attend Mr. Yan's Great God Investiture Ceremony. I will definitely be there. Mr. Yan, don't worry. Voices of agreement rose one after another. Yan Chuan smiled. Yi Feng, who was below the stage, also smiled. The Great God Investiture Ceremony would invite countless cultivators. This wasn't just a ceremony. It was more of an invitation to countless cultivators. In these 2 years, Yan Chuan and Yi Feng had conversed a lot. Yi Feng understood what kind of great country he was going to establish. A great country that could accommodate hundreds of rivers. A place where all the talents in the world gathered and experts stood in great numbers. Under the gazes of countless cultivators, Yan Chuan left the Heaven's Gift Plaza. He left behind a group of people from the Julu Academy with bitter smiles. East Hall. Bai Ditian and Yan Chuan sat opposite each other and drank. Mohina Dojin. You will have a lot of trouble in the future. I remember that this son attendant has an excellent foundation, but he is rather narrow-minded. Bai Ditian said lightly. It doesn't matter. If there's a next time, he might not be able to do anything to me. Yan Chuan nodded. If a normal Qi Jing cultivator had said this, Bai Ditian would have looked at him with disdain. However, it was Yan Chuan, so anything was possible. After all, 2 years ago, when he had clashed with Yan Chuan's will, the battle between the dragon and the tiger was still fresh in his mind. As I said before, I will not participate in your military affairs. You are not to interfere with the tiger race's affairs. Bai Ditian said in a low voice. Don't worry, I, Yan Chuan, will naturally honor my words. However, since the tiger is the national animal, you shouldn't stop the soldiers of my dynasty from establishing friendships with the experts of the tiger race. Yan Chuan said with a smile. The tiger clan was the national beast, and other sects were not allowed to interfere. As such, they could only form an alliance with their own country. Sooner or later, the soldiers and the tiger clan would form a deep friendship. Yan Chuan could even faintly see the future of the tiger cavalry. Ha 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 ha, don't worry. Bai Ditian said with a meaningful smile. Bai Ditian naturally understood what Yan Chuan meant and did not object. After all, the tiger clan still needed to rely on the country's providence. Furthermore, he might need Yan Chuan's country in the future. The tiger cavalry? If Yan Chuan used the tiger cavalry, he would be the leader of the tiger race. In the future, when he faced the Zhu Gong, the tiger cavalry would definitely be able to fight for him. Within 10 days, I will leave Julu City and return to the Yen state to prepare for the establishment of the country. On the 9th day of the 9th month, the country will be officially established. If you can return early, come and observe the ceremony. Yan Chuan said with a smile. And, once I have subdued the various tiger races, I will rush back as soon as possible. Bai Ditian nodded. For 10 days, Yan Chuan settled various matters in Julu city. He helped Qing Long and the rest find businesses and purchase various items. Yan Chuan, I want to return to the great Zhao's sacred ground. Mou she said. Chapter 587. Return to the Dazhao's sacred ground? You're not going to Carefree City with me? Yan Chuan frowned. Mou she smiled and shook her head. I have to return to the Dazhao's sacred ground. I know you are worried that Mohina Dojin will harm me. Don't worry, the Lord has instructed that he won't make things difficult for me. When you establish your country, I will definitely be there. Looking at Mou she, Yan Chuan took a deep breath and nodded. N. Qing Long and Bai Long will follow you, just in case. Mou she immediately looked at Qing Long and Bai Long smiling faintly. Yan Chuan shook his head and said, no need. Let them protect you. No, Qing Long and Bai Long will follow you. Mou she said stubbornly. How about this, Qing Long will follow me. Yan Chuan compromised. Mou she nodded. Watching Mou she leave, Yan Chuan felt a sense of loss and sighed. Miao, Sister Mo is leaving too. Miao looked at Mou she reluctantly. Alright, we'll meet again on the 9th of September next year. Look around Julu city and buy whatever you like. We'll be leaving in a few days. Yan Chuan said to Miao Miao. 2 days before the deadline, Qing Long brought Miao and Yifeng back from Julu city to buy a large number of things. As soon as everyone returned to the square of Dongfang Palace, they saw a travel-worn man lying on the square. The man's clothes were in tatters, and he seemed to be in a deep sleep. Someone's here. Qing Long's face changed. Miao, it's Zhijiansheng. Miao shouted. Miao recognized him immediately. Zhijiansheng, the disciple of Dai Sex Mo Wuhui. In the past, he followed Yan Chuan into the Feng Shui array, went to the Demon Wind Mountain Range and even fought for Carefree City. A second-generation disciple of Dai sect. Zhijiansheng. Qing Long also recognized him. Qing Long, Yifeng and Miao quickly surrounded him. Qing Long placed his hand on Zhijiansheng's pulse. I'm fine, I'm just too tired. Qing Long said. As Azure Dragon spoke, he immediately woke Jiu Jiansheng up. Jiu Jiansheng quivered and immediately opened his eyes. Mr. E. Miao. Senior Azure Dragon. Jiu Jiansheng immediately recognized them. Jiu Jiansheng, what? Why are you so tired? How did you find this place? Yifeng frowned. Jiu Jiansheng's expression suddenly changed. He asked anxiously, where's Peak Master Tian? Where's Martial Uncle? Miao. You're looking for Yan Chuan. He has something to do and went out, but he'll be back soon. Miao said strangely. I want to see Martial Uncle, I want to see Martial Uncle. Zhijiansheng said Jiaohu. Under the Jiaohu, his body went limp. He was obviously too tired. You should rest. My king will be back soon. Yifeng comforted. Miao, what happened? Miao asked in surprise. 100 Saints Righteousness Altar. 100 Saints protected Goddess Xichen. It was an empty sacred ground. Yan Chuan came to Goddess Xichen alone. He sighed slightly and held 3 yellow roses in his hand. He looked at a position in the void in front of him. Hee, I'll pay attention to Julu Mountain every day. You haven't come out. You haven't come out yet. Yan Chuan smiled bitterly. In the world of light, Meng Rongrong looked at Yan Chuan in an image. She bit her lips and had a complicated expression. Because Yan Chuan would come here every day to take a look. Every time he came, he wouldn't say anything. He would only bow to goddess Xi Chen and then look at the entrance of the world of light. Although Yan Chuan didn't say anything, Meng Rongrong knew that Yan Chuan was here for her. Looking at Yan Chuan in the image, Meng Rongrong didn't know what to say. Every day, Meng Rongrong would come to take a look. Looking at Yan Chuan, she wanted to forgive Yan Chuan, but she couldn't. She looked at Yan Chuan in a daze. Today, Yan Chuan was different from the past. Today, Yan Chuan spoke and brought 3 yellow roses. I'm leaving. I can't wait for you. I can't say goodbye to you. Maybe you don't even know that I've been here. Hee hee. Yan Chuan smiled bitterly. Meng Rongrong bit her lips and looked at Yan Chuan in a daze. Sigh. Yan Chuan sighed deeply and placed the 3 yellow roses in his hand at the entrance of the world of light. Taking a deep breath, Yan Chuan looked at the entrance and was silent for a while. With a trace of loneliness, he turned and left. Looking at the 3 yellow roses on the ground, Meng Rongrong instantly understood the meaning of the 3 yellow roses. 2 lines of tears fell unconsciously. She was speechless. Chapter 588. Jiulu City, Dongfang Hall. Martial uncle, I've finally met you. Zhu Jiansheng exclaimed anxiously. Sorrow was written all over his face. Zhu Jiansheng? What happened? Yan Chuan's face darkened. Martial uncle, old sect leader, he's gone. Zhu Jiansheng cried. What? You mean Feng Tairan? Yan Chuan raised an eyebrow. Yes, old sect leader died 7 months ago. Zhu Jiansheng said sadly. Feng Tairan? The sect leader of the Dai sect, Yan Chuan's father, Yan Tao's master. After Yan Tao's death, he took over the Dai sect. After Yan Chuan entered the Dai sect, he took care of him a lot. Welcome back. Feng Tairan smiled. I'm leaving soon. Take good care of yourself. Feng Tairan comforted. It's not that I'm generous, it's just that I think highly of you. Feng Tairan smiled. Yes, I'll pass it on to you. I don't know why you've recruited so many soldiers, but I know you must have a plan. Your foresight is further than mine. The Dai sect will only grow stronger in your hands. I'll protect it for you. Feng Tairan said solemnly. Feng Tairan. The past was still vivid in his mind. Although Yan Chuan did not recognize him as martial uncle because of his father's death, Feng Tairan had always supported him since he entered the Dai sect. He stood his ground against all opposition and supported all his decisions. From Peak Master Tian to Carefree City, Feng Tairan had done everything he could to support Yan Chuan. He had even mobilized all the experts in the sect to help Yan Chuan fight for Worry-Free City. After Worry-Free City had fallen into Yan Chuan's hands, Feng Tairan had given up most of the benefits to Yan Chuan. Although he did not recognize him as an elder, Yan Chuan had already treated him as an old friend. Who is it? Who killed Feng Tairan? Yan Chuan said coldly. I don't know, no one knows. Zhu Jiansheng cried. Yan Chuan's face darkened. Before the old sect leader died, he seemed to have a premonition and passed the position to my master, Mo Wu Hui. Zhu Jiansheng said. Mo Wu Hui, the Earth Peak Lord of the Dai sect, had always been in love with Yan Chuan's father, Yan Tao. Unfortunately, Yan Tao had married Kong Susu back then. Even after his death, Mo Wu Hui would often visit Yan Tao's grave and sit there in a daze. Passed it on to Mo Wu Hui. Yan Chuan frowned. He immediately felt the complexity of the situation. Something big might have happened in Dai sect. Master knows that you're in Jiulu City, so he asked me to find you immediately and ask you to return as soon as possible. Master said that it's urgent, very urgent. Zhu Jiansheng said with a complicated expression. Qing Long, pack up everything. We'll set off in 2 incense sticks' time. Return to Day sect. Yan Chuan immediately called out to Qing Long, yes, 4 months later. Carefree City. A branch of the demon-controlling sect. King Yi Mu was talking to a group of disciples. Master, you can't. The bald Lu Gang immediately cried out. King Yi Mu frowned as he looked at Lu Gang. Even though Lu Gang was the youngest disciple he had taken in from the geomancy formation, he had a vicious temperament. His foresight was also unique compared to many others. Previously, it was Lu Gang who had helped him a lot in the fight for Worry-Free City. Master, is our demon-controlling sect really going to betray the Day sect? Lu Gang asked with an ugly expression. Betray? What betray? Is our demon-controlling sect a vassal of the Day sect? King Yi Mu's eldest disciple, Dan Qingzi, shouted. Lu Gang glanced at Dan Qingzi, frowned, and ignored him. Chapter 589. Master, you should still remember the battle in Worry-Free City. In that battle, the Triyu sect was completely wiped out. It's not like Master didn't see Yan Chuan's methods. Now, if Yan Chuan returns, it will be the day our demon-controlling sect is destroyed. Lu Gang said anxiously. Nonsense. What can Yan Chuan do by himself? Dan Qingzi shouted. Lu Gang glared at him. Short-sighted. What did you say? Dan Qingzi said with an ugly expression. I respect you as the eldest senior brother, which is why I called you senior brother. But did you cultivate until you became stupid? You want to bring the demon-controlling sect to eternal damnation? Lu Gang shouted coldly. Eternal damnation? You're the one who wants to bring the demon-controlling sect to eternal damnation. 5 inferior sects and nearly 20 immortal realm experts have come to Carefree City. If it weren't for Huoguang's 100,000 mercenaries, they would have killed Huoguang long ago. Dan Qingzi shouted coldly. Is it just Huoguang's 100,000 mercenaries? They can't do anything to Huoguang. Lu Gang argued. They can't do anything to Huoguang. He's only in the Qi realm. Do you think he's Yan Chuan? Dan Qingzi said coldly. King Yi Mu, who was standing to the side, said in a deep voice, that's not all. This time, 5 inferior sects and lower void stage experts have come. They haven't made a move on Huoguang because they are waiting for news from the Great River sect. Lower void realm? The disciples exclaimed. Did you hear that? Fighting against the 5 great sects is suicide. The demon-controlling sect can only go with the flow. Dan Qingzi said proudly. Short-sighted. Lu Gang said again. Dan Qingzi looked at Lu Gang angrily. King Yi Mu also looked at Lu Gang with a frown. He also believed that Huoguang wouldn't be able to stop the 5 great sections. Master, Huoguang and Lu Jin are currently trapped in the City Lord's palace. This is the best opportunity. We should help Huoguang, not help the 5 sects to divide the benefits that belong to us. Lu Gang said again. Oh. King Yi Mu asked in a deep voice. The 5 great sects want to enter the Worry-Free City. Once they succeed, our demon-controlling sect's interests will be suppressed, and we might even be driven out of the city. In fact, if they were even a little more ruthless, they would even uproot my demon control sect. Lu Gang said. King Ye's eyelids twitched as he said with a frown, but my demon-controlling sect is no match for the 5 great sects. Master, in fact, we only need to persevere for a short period of time. Master, think about Yan Chuan. What is Yan Chuan's cultivation level? Lu Gang advised. Essence state. He's only in the 9th stage of the essence state. King Yi Mu recalled. That's right. He was able to uproot the Triyu sect, Life League, and the other 4 great sects when he was only in the essence state. Now that a few years have passed, is Yan Chuan still in the essence state? At this moment, if our imperial demon sect were to add insult to injury, would Yan Chuan seek revenge on our imperial demon sect when he returns? Will our demon-controlling sect be able to withstand Yan Chuan's revenge? Lu Gang asked in a deep voice. King Yimu's face suddenly darkened when he thought of Yan Chuan. In King Yimu's heart, Yan Chuan was a perverted monster. His strength and cultivation were not proportional at all. If he came back and took revenge on the demon-controlling sect, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lu Gang took a deep breath and said, Master, this disciple will say something disrespectful. We are no match for Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan is the strongest person I've ever met, not in terms of cultivation, but in terms of methods. This disciple has studied politics in the mortal world, and this disciple cannot fathom Yan Chuan's politics. Once he comes back, the world will be turned upside down. Chapter 590. What are you talking about? How many years has it been? So what if he has reached the Qi realm? The 5 sects are waiting for him. If a lower ethereal realm expert makes a move, he'll be walking right into their trap. Dan Qingzi shouted. Ha 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 ha, do you think Yan Chuan is the same as you? You think he's still the same after 4 years? Ethereal realm? There was an ethereal realm expert here 4 years ago, but he was still killed by Yan Chuan. Lu Gang mocked. King Ye's eyelids twitched violently. Master, if you can't make up your mind, then it's best if you don't interfere. That way, the demon-controlling sect won't benefit much, but at least we won't lose too much. Lu Gang advised. Master, we can't. The 5 sects are here. If we don't participate, the benefits of Julu City will be taken away by them. Dan Qingzi shouted. King Yi pondered for a while, then shook his head and said, Listen to Lu Gang. We won't help anyone. Master is wise. Lu Gang sighed. Master. Dan Qingzi was anxious. All right, let's go. King Yi sighed. Yes. Everyone left the hall. After leaving the hall, the disciples split into 2 groups. One group followed Dan Qingzi because he was the eldest senior brother, while the other followed Lu Gang because they believed in Lu Gang's ability. After separating, Dan Qingzi said with a gloomy expression, Junior brothers, although Master doesn't care, we can't let it go. If we don't participate, the demon-controlling sect will lose its foothold in Carefree City. We'll listen to eldest senior brother. On the other side. Lu Gang's expression was gloomy as he looked at the people who followed him. Thank you for your trust, senior brothers. This might be our only chance. Lu Gang said in a deep voice. Oh. We're willing to listen to your opinion. The senior brothers said. Why are the 5 sects here? They're far away from Carefree City. Why are they here? Are they targeting Yan Chuan? Huguang. The Day sect? There's only one reason for them to be so anxious. Lu Gang said in a deep voice. Oh. This means that Yan Chuan, Huguang, and the Day sect are able to threaten them. Although I don't see anything threatening them right now, but with such a grand occasion, Yan Chuan and the Day sect must have a hidden and powerful side. Not only can we not sit by and do nothing, we have to help Huguang. Adding flowers to embroidery is easy, but providing help in times of need is precious. Moreover, if we really ignore them and don't help Huguang, it will also be a betrayal of the alliance. When Yan Chuan returns, our demon-controlling sect may face another calamity. Moreover, even if we don't care, if the 5 great sects snatch Carefree City, will they share the benefits with our demon-controlling sect? Lu Gang said in a low voice. Junior brother is wise. The senior brothers nodded in agreement. Master has his own considerations, but we have to do something. Even if something happens, we have to keep Master out of it. Keeping the demon-controlling sect out of it is our own decision. If my guess is correct, the demon-controlling sect will definitely rise to power. Lu Gang said solemnly. We'll listen to you. The senior brothers replied instantly. Carefree City, on the floating island of the City Lord. King of Hell's Palace. Outside King of Hell's Palace, Lu Jin stood on the floating island with a horsetail whisk in her hand. Overlooking the entire Carefree City, her face was incomparably gloomy. Outside King of Hell's Palace, there were 50 men in armor standing. Each of them had a cold and arrogant expression, and killing intent radiated in all directions. 50 men in armor, each holding a spear or a longbow, quietly stood guard outside the main hall. Lu Jin slowly walked back. Eunuch Lu. One of the men in armor greeted respectfully. Generals, thank you for your hard work. Lu Jin said with a smile. It's not hard at all. As long as we don't leave the floating island, those immortal realm experts won't make things difficult for us. We 50 Chi realm experts only need to protect King of Hell's Palace. The man in armor smiled bitterly. It will pass. Lu Jin comforted him with a smile. Eunuch Lu, don't worry. I, Tai Nyo, only admire Master, No, and my king. I believe that Master will be able to resolve this crisis. We have all experienced Master's strength. Immortal realm. Master has the will of the stars, he may not lose. We will always be loyal to Master and our king. The man in armor said. Looking at King of Hell's Palace, Lu Jin nodded and said, the crisis will pass, and our king will return. Those rascals will eventually be trampled under your feet. Now that we are trapped here, we just have to wait for Hu Guang to come out of seclusion. Then, we will slaughter our way out, and gather the army to capture those rascals in one fell swoop. Yes. The group of Chi realm experts replied in unison. The First Legion had become the spiritual pillar of the army. Strict discipline and a strong sense of military awareness. They were no longer the disorganized army of mercenaries. Chapter 591. After 4 months, Yan Chuan had finally returned from Julu City. He landed on the peak of a mountain. There were 4 people and 1 cat in total. Yan Chuan, Yifeng, Qing Long, Zhijian Sheng and Miao. Qing Long, bring Yifeng to Carefree City. Be careful of Yifeng's safety. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Rest assured, young master. Qing Long nodded solemnly. Carefree City. Zhijian Sheng asked doubtfully. If Dai sect is in trouble, Carefree City must be in trouble too. Yan Chuan shook his head. Let's go. Yan Chuan said. As he spoke, Yan Chuan brought Zhijian Sheng and shot towards Dai sect. Qing Long brought Yifeng and flew towards Carefree City. Dai sect. Black Peak Hall. 3 figures stood in the hall. Black Peak's Peak Master Feng Tianyu, Jiang Nan and a black-robed man. Feng Tianyu, Feng Tyran's son, Dubai. Jiang Nan was the 3rd-generation senior. When Yan Chuan entered Dai sect, he was facing his 2nd heavenly tribulation. He was battered and exhausted by the heavenly tribulation of 3,000 heavenly peak soldiers. Peak Master, it's time. Jiang Nan said solemnly. Feng Tianyu frowned. That's right, Feng Tianyu. If it's yours, it should be held in your hands. Half of the Dai sect's disciples are supporting you. Your father is Feng Tyran. It's only right for you to inherit the Dai sect. The black-robed man said in a deep voice. Feng Tianyu looked at the black-robed man with a complicated expression. Peak Master, if we don't go now, when will we? Jiang Nan asked anxiously. Feng Tianyu looked at Jiang Nan with disgust in his eyes. I'm worried that Mo Wu Hui won't give up so easily. Feng Tianyu frowned. Ha 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 ha, don't worry. Mo Wu Hui is just an arrow at the end of its flight. I guarantee that when you go, you will definitely be able to take back the sect leader position that belongs to you. The black-robed man laughed in a deep voice. That's right, Peak Lord. The Great Winged Heaven School has sent a total of 10 experts here. 5 of them are heading to the Worry-Free City, while the other 5 are here to assist Peak Lord. It'll be a piece of cake for you to obtain the Sect Lord's position. Jiang Nan urged. That's right, Feng Tianyu. You can't turn back now. If you want to do something, then do it thoroughly. The black-robed man said coldly. Ha 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 ha, good. Since it has come to this, I might as well take the position of Sect Master. Jiang Nan, go and inform the other disciples. We will head to the Great River Hall and force him to abdicate. Feng Tianyu said in a deep voice. Yes. Jiang Nan nodded and left the hall. The Great River Hall, the main peak of Dai sect. Inside the Great River Hall, there were 3 figures standing there. The pale-faced Mo Wu Hui. There were also 2 white-haired and white-browed elders. Mo Wu Hui bowed solemnly to the 2 elders. Elders, I shouldn't have disturbed you. However, I have no choice. The Dai sect is about to be destroyed. Wu Hui has disturbed you. Mo Wu Hui said bitterly. Mo Wu Hui. Let me take a look at your injuries. One of the elders stepped forward. Mo Wu Hui took a step back and shook his head in refusal. Elders, there's no need to help me check. I know my own body best. Let's deal with the crisis at hand. The 2 elders nodded and frowned deeply. Feng Tairan, how did he die? One of the elders asked in a deep voice. Mo Wu Hui revealed a bitter smile and shook his head. I'm not sure. However, the old sect leader seemed to have sensed something, so he let me take over the sect leader position in advance. You're not sure? One of the elders frowned. Chapter 592. The old sect leader emphasized that we cannot let his son, Feng Tianyu, take over the position of sect leader. However, Feng Tianyu has gathered half of the first-generation disciples to support him. They are ready to force me to abdicate. Mo Wu Hui frowned. Feng Tianyu? That brat is a bastard. Although we have ignored the matters of the Dai sect for many years, I believe in Feng Tairan. Since he supports you, we will also support you. An elder said in a deep voice. That's right. With the 2 of us here, Feng Tianyu won't be able to cause much trouble. Another elder said in a deep voice. Mo Wu Hui smiled bitterly and shook his head. Elders, you may not know, but the situation in the Dai sect is extremely complicated now. Not only are there conflicts between the 2 sects, but there are also other sects outside. Even with the help of the 2 elders, it will be difficult to stop them. Outer sect? What? How is that possible? An elder said in a deep voice. So what if they are outer sect? We have reached the lower emptiness realm not long ago. We will do everything for you. Mo Wu Hui smiled bitterly and shook his head. No, the 2 elders, the enemy is powerful. There might be an emptiness realm expert. What? The 2 elders stared in surprise. The old sect leader is already at the peak of the god realm. Who can kill him secretly? Mo Wu Hui frowned. The 2 elders were silent for a while. I don't expect the 2 of you to get rid of the enemy. I only ask the 2 of you to buy me some time. Mo Wu Hui said solemnly. The 2 elders frowned. Finally, they nodded and said, okay. Stop. Without the sect leader's permission, no one is allowed to come near. Suddenly, a loud noise came from outside the hall. Elders, please step back. Mo Wu Hui said solemnly. The 2 elders looked at each other and finally nodded. The moment the 2 elders entered the side hall. Bang! The door of the main hall opened with a loud bang. Mo Wu Hui swung his white Taoist robe and looked coldly outside the main hall. Suddenly, a large number of Dai sect disciples rushed into the main hall. They were obviously divided into 2 groups. One group had 40 people. The Peak Master of Yellow Peak, Gao Bufan, the 7 swordsmen, Duan Sanshu, and Feng Tyrant's grandson, Feng Shao. The other side was led by Feng Tianyu. He led 5 immortal state warriors of the Dai sect, 40 Qi state warriors, and 20 black-robed men into the room. Feng Tianyu and Mo Wuhui looked at each other coldly. Mo Wuhui, my father had instructed me to take over the position of sect master. I don't know how you tricked my father into giving you the Tian Su, but if you hand it over now, I will let you continue to be the Earth Peak's Peak Lord. Feng Tianyu said in a low voice. Mo Wu Hui's face was gloomy as he looked coldly at Feng Tianyu. Father, how did you become like this? A voice came from behind Mo Wu Hui. It was Feng Tianyu's son, Feng Shao. Feng Shao, the grandson of Feng Tairan, used to be a famous playboy of the Dai sect. After being taught a few lessons by Yan Chuan, his temperament matured and he had been working hard on his cultivation. At this moment, Feng Tianyu was forcing the abdication, and Feng Shao was actually standing on the opposite side of Feng Tianyu. Unfilial son, what are you doing? Feng Tianyu's face darkened. Feng Shao shook his head and said with a sad face, Father, the position of sect master was passed to martial uncle Mo by grandfather. Many people saw it at that time, and I was also by your side. Why did you lie? Unfilial son, you have no right to speak here. Feng Tianyu glared at him and scolded. Yes, junior brother. At this time, you are not helping your father, but helping an outsider? Jiang Nan said indifferently. Chapter 593. Feng Shao glared at Jiang Nan and said, Shut up, Jiang Nan. I was wrong about you. You are a villain. Humph. Jiang Nan's eyes turned cold. Turning around, Feng Shao looked at Feng Tianyu and said, Father, you have already lost an arm. What's the point of fighting for the position of sect leader? The Dai sect was passed down to martial uncle Mo by grandpa. Do you want to disturb the peace of the Dai sect by allying with outsiders? Father, stop. Feng Shao said sadly. Slap. Feng Tianyu slapped Feng Shao's face. You have no right to talk about my matters. Go home. Feng Tianyu said coldly. Feng Shao covered his mouth and tears rolled down his face. Father, you have never hit me. You have never hit me. You hit me. Mother, grandmother, can your spirits in heaven see this? Father has changed. Father hit me. Father disobeyed grandpa. Seeing his son's sadness, Feng Tianyu's eyes flashed with pity, but he still looked at Feng Shao coldly. Go home. Feng Tianyu said coldly. No, I will not go home. Father, I don't know why you have become like this, but this is grandpa's decision. Also, I know that the men in black behind you are not good people. I know that you were forced. I will not agree to it. I will not go back. Feng Shao said stubbornly. You. Feng Tianyu's face darkened. Feng Tianyu suddenly moved. Before Feng Shao could react, he slapped the back of Feng Shao's head. Feng Shao's body went soft and he fainted. Feng Tianyu. Mo Wuhui glared. Feng Shao is my son. I am in charge of my son. Do you want to interfere? Feng Tianyu said coldly. Send my son back. Feng Tianyu said to a Qi Jing cultivator. Yes. Feng Shao was quickly taken away. After Feng Shao was taken away, Feng Tianyu regained his momentum and looked coldly at Mo Wuhui. Mo Wuhui, hand over the Tian Su. It should not be yours. Feng Tianyu said seriously. Yes, Mo Wuhui. The Tian Su should be inherited by Feng Tianyu. You must return it to Feng Tianyu. You bewitched Feng Tairan and made him give you the Tian Su. Aren't you going to return it to Feng Tianyu? The 5 immortal state warriors who supported Feng Tianyu said one after another. Scoundrel, Feng Tai Ran personally seduced me. I saw it with my own eyes. How can I be bewitched? Duan San Shu said in a deep voice. Although you are disciples of the first generation, you have no right to participate in the government affairs of the Dai sect. Do you have the right to speak? Gao Bufan said coldly. Mo Wuhui coldly looked at the group of people before finally looking at the 20 black-robed figures. He then looked at Feng Tianyu. Feng Tianyu looked at Mo Wuhui with a complicated expression. His eyes seemed to be telling Mo Wuhui to hand over the Tian Su to him first and talk about the rest later. Mo Wuhui could see the look in Feng Tianyu's eyes. He could also feel that Feng Tianyu might have some hidden troubles. However, Mo Wuhui still shook his head. Tian Su, I will not hand it over to you. Never. Bastard. Mo Wuhui, do you really want to cause internal strife in my Dai sect? Mo Wuhui, you are not qualified to be the sect leader. Feng Tianyu, you deceived your master and destroyed your ancestors. How can you face your father? In the Dai hall, there was a lot of noise. Swords were drawn and bows were bent. It was as if a big battle would break out at any time. Almost all the disciples of the Dai sect had gathered at the foot of the main peak. The disciples of both sides were ready to fight. A civil war was imminent. At the entrance of the Dai sect, it was empty. The breeze rolled up the smoke and dust in the surroundings. It looked extremely desolate and cold. Suddenly, Yan Chuan and Zhu Jiansheng landed in front of the entrance. Standing at the entrance, the two looked around the Dai sect. The disciples who used to go in and out were gone. The disciples who used to fly around were also gone. Looking at the interior of the Dai sect from the entrance, it was quiet and deserted. Martial uncle. Zhu Jiansheng's face darkened. Let's go back. Yan Chuan took a deep breath and stepped into the Dai sect. Chapter 594. Worry-Free City. On the floating island of the City Lord Mansion, Lu Jin stood at the edge of the floating island and looked around coldly. Eunuch Lu, why don't we charge again? An armored general stepped forward. Lu Jin shook her head. No need. Huo Guang is already prepared. As long as there are no orders for a long time, the army will immediately rush back from all directions. You just need to wait. The armored general nodded. However, the 3,000 guards in the city did not come to defend. It seems that the 3,000 guards in the city have been subdued. It seems that there are many people from the 5 sections. Lu Jin frowned. How can this be? The 3,000 guards are well trained. How can they all be subdued? Even if they escaped, this is our home ground. How can they be caught by the 5 sects? The armored general frowned. There is only one possibility. Lu Jin's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. Eunuch Lu, are you saying that the Imperial Demon sect betrayed us? The armored general was shocked. Not only the Imperial Demon sect, but also the Dai sect. Lu Jin's tone was gloomy. Dai sect? How is that possible? The armored general was shocked. Nothing is impossible. Some time ago, the disciples of the Dai sect were rotated. At that time, I was still wondering why they were all replaced by disciples of the Black Peak. If the Dai sect and the Imperial Demon sect did not betray us, how can the 3,000 guards' whereabouts be exposed? Lu Jin's eyes were gloomy. Ah. My king is right. There can only be one government in a city. If several forces control a city, something will happen sooner or later. If this battle is over, the forces of the Dai sect and the Imperial Demon sect must be wiped out. Lu Jin flung her horsetail whisk and said coldly. Then, Eunuch Lu, what do you plan to do now? The armored general was worried. We can't go out now. As long as we guard Huo Guang and wait for him to break through, we can go out. Outside, the army of 100,000 will be back soon. Don't worry, everything will pass. Anyone who schemed against us will have to pay a heavy price. Lu Jin said coldly. Yes. Lu Jin looked down at the surroundings. Not far below the floating island, in a courtyard, there was also a group of people looking up at the sky. The 20 people were all dressed in luxurious robes. They coldly glanced at the floating island and then walked towards a side hall. As for the main palace, it was still closed. In the side hall, 20 Immortal State warriors and a bunch of Chi State warriors. It's really funny. A man laughed bitterly. What's so funny? Isn't our sex elder, a lower void realm expert, also sitting in the main hall? Another man said in a deep voice. Sect Master Moe, you're right, but this matter is still a little strange. The man smiled bitterly. I know what you are thinking. Our 5 sects brought 8,000 disciples into Worry-Free City. Logically speaking, we should have been able to clean up everything and take control of the city swiftly. However, we didn't do so. Instead, we cooperated with the Dae sect and the Imperial Demon sect. Sect Master Moe laughed. Yeah, then what does Huguang have? Weren't the 3,000 guards all captured and imprisoned by us? Wouldn't it be fine if we captured Huguang? Why did we have to do so much? The man complained. This is an order from the Great Winged Heaven School. It seems that someone is interested in the army of 100,000. Sect Master Moe shook his head. Interested in the army of 100,000? That's right. The Great Winged Heaven School wants to subdue the army of 100,000. Moe nodded. Chapter 595. Oh. Who wants her? Is it Shinkun Kuroha? Everyone looked at Sect Master Moe curiously. Sect Master Moe shook his head and smiled wryly. He took a deep breath and said, Everyone, do you remember the scene when we surrounded the Dae sect more than 10 years ago? Then, all the Immortal State warriors narrowed their eyes. Sect Master Moe, are you talking about Emperor Mo Ku from the west? An Immortal State warrior raised his eyebrows. Speaking of Emperor Mo Ku, all the Immortal State warriors tensed up. Back then, Emperor Mo Ku came from the west to the east and supported Shinkun Kuroha to become the sect master of the Great Winged Heaven School. Then, he used the Great Winged Heaven School to mobilize 100 sects to surround the Dae sect and finally killed Yen Tao and his wife. His strength and means shocked all the Immortal State warriors. It's the messenger of Emperor Mo Ku. I also heard from the elders that the messenger is called Great Wisdom Bodhisattva, Moe whispered. Bodhisattva. A bodhisattva's karmic rank is equal to a perfected cultivator. Emperor Mo Ku sent a bodhisattva. The Immortal State warriors frowned. We'll do as you say. Don't complain anymore. Moe said in a deep voice. The Immortal State warriors nodded. While the Immortal State warriors were talking, a disciple walked into the hall. Uncles, Dan Qingzi of the demon-controlling sect wants to see you. Oh. Let him in. Moe was surprised. In a secluded valley in Carefree City, there were many houses in the valley. Lu Gang touched his bald head and looked at the 50 men and women tied up in the yard. A group of disciples of the demon-controlling sect stood behind Lu Gang. Are you Lu Gang from the demon-controlling sect? What do you want? A man who was tied up yelled. My father is Moe. If you dare to catch me, my father will kill your whole family. Another man who was tied up yelled. The 50 men and women who were tied up looked at Lu Gang in horror. Junior Marshal Brother Lu Gang, these people are all close relatives of Divine Realm experts from the 5 great sects. We've caught them all. A disciple of the demon-controlling sect said with a smile. Lu Gang looked at the people who were tied up and nodded. Then, he turned to look at the group of senior brothers. Senior brothers, you've done a great job. Did the 5 great sects really think that it would be easy this time? He actually brought his family members along. Ha! Lu Gang laughed. Close to 8,000 people from the 5 sects entered the city, and the guards of the worry-free city were all subdued. That was why we were able to succeed so easily. A disciple from the demon-controlling sect said with a smile. Thank you for your hard work, senior brothers. Lu Gang said solemnly. Ha ha ha, we believe in junior brother. Everyone nodded. If that's the case, I would like to ask senior brothers to agree to a presumptuous request of mine. Lu Gang suddenly bowed and said solemnly. Ah, junior brother, what are you doing? Why do you need to salute? All the senior brothers stepped forward. Junior brother, just say it. Lu Gang looked at the group of senior brothers and said solemnly, Senior brothers, it's not that I, Lu Gang, am a despicable person, but this matter is of great importance, and our lives are at stake. We have no choice but to be cautious. From now on, no one is allowed to leave this place, alright? Everyone's eyebrows rose. Does junior brother not trust us? A disciple from the demon-controlling sect asked solemnly. Lu Gang shook his head. If I didn't trust senior brother, I wouldn't have asked for senior brother's help. However, this matter concerns our lives, we have to be cautious. Senior brother, please forgive us. Chapter 596. As Lu Gang spoke, he bowed once more. Everyone looked at Lu Gang, and in the end, they all nodded with complicated expressions. Okay, since we promised junior brother, we'll listen to you. Many thanks, senior brother. As they waited, a large number of soldiers gathered outside the 4 gates of Carefree City. At the southern gate, 10,000 travel-worn soldiers carried a large number of demonic beasts on their shoulders. It was clear that they had obtained a bountiful harvest from this hunt. Open the gates. The leading general shouted. Dan Qingzi stood on the city gate with his hands behind his back, looking at the 10,000 soldiers clamoring outside. General Zhang, please wait outside the city for several days. Dan Qingzi called out. General Zhang looked at the city gate tower and narrowed his eyes. Wait, where's old Ma? Why is it you, a pretty boy? General Zhang's expression changed. Old Ma is resting for several days. I'll guard the city for him, Dan Qingzi said with a smile. General Zhang's expression changed. Get into formation and prepare for battle. General Zhang shouted. Boom! The soldiers were well trained. They quickly threw away the demonic beasts on their shoulders and aimed their bows at the city wall. Dan Qingzi, open the city gate. General Zhang roared. General Zhang, what are you doing? What's the harm in waiting for a few days? Dan Qingzi said with a frown. Bastard, I knew something was wrong when I didn't receive any news from my lord for several days, so I hurried back. Sure enough, something has happened in Carefree City. Fire! General Zhang roared. Boom! 10,000 sun-shooting arrows shot toward the city gate tower. Dan Qingzi's expression changed as he retreated. Bang! 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 Layers of barriers appeared outside the city wall, blocking the arrow rain. Carefree City's formation. You actually activated Carefree City's formation. What happened to my lord? General Zhang roared. Dan Qingzi was embarrassed by his loss of composure. He flung his sleeve and said coldly, once Carefree City's formation is activated, no one can enter or leave. If you want to wait a few more days, then wait a few more days. Huo Guang isn't dead yet. Bastard demon controlling sect master. Bastard demon controlling sect master. General Zhang roared. Attack the city. General Zhang roared. Rumble. Rumbles came from all directions outside Carefree City. More and more troops rushed back from all directions. However, it was a pity that the worry-free city's formation was too sturdy and they couldn't break through it in a short period of time. 2 days later, in front of the carefree city Lord Manor. In the small courtyard. Seniors, the army of 100,000 has been blocked outside. Please hurry up and deal with Huo Guang. Dan Qingzi said worriedly. Dan Qingzi? You're doing well. Keep blocking. After a long time, they will rest. Sect leader Moe said with a smile. Dan Qingzi nodded. After seeing Dan Qingzi off, Moe frowned. Sect leader Moe, why are we waiting for news from the Dae sect? The Dae sect's plan is actually for Yan Chuan. If Yan Chuan doesn't die, Huo Guang won't surrender. Therefore, we can only wait for the Dae sect to succeed in their plan, lure Yan Chuan back, and kill Yan Chuan. Only then can we proceed smoothly. Let's wait patiently. Moe said in a low voice. Lure. Once Feng Tianyu becomes the sect leader, he can use Tian Su, at the cost of damaging his own Tian Su, to use the pool of merit to send a message to Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan will definitely rush back to the Dae sect. There, he will be surrounded. Once Yan Chuan dies, Huo Guang will be able to subdue him. Moe said in a low voice. Kill Yan Chuan. That's right. The Great Winged Heaven School gave us the mission to destroy the Dae sect, eliminate Yan Chuan, and subdue Huo Guang's army of 100,000. Sect leader Moe said in a low voice. Then we still have to wait for a while. Yes, but don't worry. Huo Guang is only in the Qi realm. Moe said in a low voice. Just as Moe was about to win, a large number of dark clouds suddenly appeared in the sky above Carefree City. Rumble. Black clouds appeared out of nowhere, and countless bolts of lightning suddenly flashed. Heavenly Tribulation. 39 Heavenly Tribulations. Moe exclaimed in shock. On the floating island of the City Lord's residence in Carefree City. He broke through. Huo Guang finally broke through. Ha! Lu Jin shouted excitedly. Chapter 597. Carefree City. On the floating island where the City Lord's mansion was located. Kaboom! The King of Hell's palace rumbled as a powerful energy shot up into the sky. The eyes of the 50 Qi Jing warriors brightened as they heard the news. Kaboom! Dark clouds gathered in the sky as the heavenly tribulation clouds rolled toward them. 39 Heavenly Tribulations. Huo Guang has reached the heavenly tribulation. Lu Jin shouted excitedly. The 50 Qi state overlords were also excited. Under the floating island, 20 immortal state warriors looked at the sky coldly. All of them had passed the 39 heavenly tribulations, so they knew what it meant. After passing the heavenly tribulation, one would reach the immortal state. It's Huo Guang. An immortal state warrior said with a frown. No wonder we haven't seen Huo Guang these days. He was in seclusion to break through. Another immortal state warrior said with a frown. Sect Master Moe, what should we do now? The immortal state warriors looked to Moe. Moe narrowed his eyes and stared at the dark clouds in the sky. Don't worry, he is just an immortal state warrior. Even if Huo Guang had passed the heavenly tribulation, he would only be a stage 1 immortal state warrior. Besides, our elders are here. Huo Guang won't be able to do anything. Moe shook his head and said. While the immortal state warriors were talking, a man in a white robe flew into the sky with a silver spear in his hand. He stood in the air and looked at the heavenly tribulation clouds. It was Huo Guang. His long hair fluttered in the wind as he looked up at the sky with an unyielding face. Roar! Huo Guang roared at the sky, and dozens of lightning bolts struck down at Huo Guang. Boom! Huo Guang was immersed in the lightning. Huo Guang didn't use his dermic powers to block the lightning bolts. Instead, the lightning bolts surrounded Huguang and destroyed his clothes. At the same time, it tempered Huguang's body. Rumble. Huguang felt as if his entire body was soaked in a lightning battery. He crazily tempered his body. What? He's crazy. A deity realm expert exclaimed. He's using his physical body in the first wave of heavenly lightning? How is this possible? The group of immortal state warriors looked at the sky in surprise. Generally speaking, cultivators would use magic treasures and weapons to resist the heavenly tribulation. Only when they reached the last bolt or two would they dare to draw it into their bodies to temper their bodies. This was because, although lightning tempering the body was precious, its destructive power was also incomparably shocking. The flesh body could not withstand too much lightning. But Huguang. Had he been resisting with his physical body from the very beginning? For some reason, the 20 gods suddenly felt uneasy. Far away in the city, in a valley, Lu Gang looked up at the tribulation clouds. Junior brother, this Huguang is really fierce. A demon-controlling sect disciple exclaimed in surprise. If he wasn't fierce, how could he have caught the eye of Yan Chuan and been appointed as the First Legion's commander? Lu Gang narrowed his eyes. The First Legion's commander? I know it by accident. If there is a first, there will be a second, third, fourth. Yan Chuan is ambitious. Only by following such a person can I show my brilliance. Lu Gang's eyes flashed with a hint of eagerness. Ah. What? The demon-controlling sect disciple was puzzled. Lu Gang shook his head and said, Senior brothers, maybe it's up to us now. You must do as I say. Junior brother, what's your plan? The senior brothers were puzzled. Lu Gang looked at the crowd and took a deep breath. Everyone, we've already offended these 50 people. Even if we turn back now, it's too late. Why don't we give up on resisting the 5 major sects and wait for the 5 major sects to slaughter us? Or, follow me and do something big. Chapter 598. The senior brothers' faces darkened, but they eventually nodded and said, We'll listen to you. Lu Gang looked at the crowd again and said, Perhaps my decision will go against Master's wishes. Are you still willing to help me? Go against King Ye's wishes? Everyone's faces darkened. Clearly, they didn't expect this to happen. We'll listen to you. Everyone said at the same time. All right. Lu Gang nodded. He turned around and looked at Huguang, who was in the middle of his tribulation. Outside the city, the 100,000 soldiers suddenly stopped attacking the city. Some of the Qi Jing experts slowly floated up and looked at the tribulation clouds in the sky. They immediately saw Huguang floating in the sky. It's our Lord's tribulation. The Qi Jing expert immediately shouted. My lord. The 100,000 soldiers were delighted. Attack the city. Continue attacking the city. Protect our lord. Suddenly, a loud shout came from outside the city. Yes. Rumble. Powerful rumbling sounds continuously battered the city gates. Dan Qingzi, who had rushed back from the city, had an ugly expression on his face. Outside the Imperial Monster Palace. King Yi frowned and looked at the city lord's floating island. Looking at the tribulation in the distance, King Yi frowned deeply and felt a sense of unease. The lightning madly tempered Huguang's body. Roar! Huguang's body seemed to be in great pain, but Huguang still remembered Yan Chuan's words. Although the tribulation was a disaster, it was also a blessing. After enduring the pain, there would be great rewards. Rumble. Round after round of lightning entered Huguang's body. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 rounds of lightning had passed. The immortal state experts' faces darkened. Sect leader MOE, something's wrong. Huguang is enduring so many lightning strikes. Once he becomes an immortal state expert, he will be extraordinary. An immortal state expert said worriedly. Yeah, I'm worried that we won't be able to stop him. Another person said worriedly. Sect leader MOE, shall I go and take a look? A red-haired immortal state expert narrowed his eyes and said. MOE nodded. At this moment, MOE also felt a sense of unease. Who? An immortal realm expert soared into the sky. But as soon as he landed on the floating island. Release the arrows. Lu Jin's voice suddenly rang out. Boom! 50 Qi Jing generals simultaneously released their arrows. Bam! 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 The power of the shooting sun arrows suddenly erupted. It was as if 50 shooting stars had suddenly rushed over. Rumble. The immortal realm expert's expression changed as he quickly blocked the shooting sun arrows. Release the arrows. Lu Jin continued to shout. Bang 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 bang. The shooting sun arrows quickly suppressed the god realm warrior, preventing him from going up to the sky to disturb Huguang. The faces of the immortal state warriors below changed. Let's go! MOE shouted. Boom! A group of divine realm warriors soared into the sky together. At this moment, Huguang seemed to have sensed the threat coming from below. He took a step forward and soared into the sky. What are you doing? Is Huguang crazy? Someone shouted again. He wants to charge into the tribulation clouds. Is he crazy? A group of immortal state warriors exclaimed. Stop him! MOE shouted. MOE felt more and more uneasy. He didn't know what was going on, but at this moment, he instinctively wanted to stop Huguang. However, Huguang rushed into the tribulation clouds in the blink of an eye. Rumble. The tribulation clouds of the 39 heavenly tribulations rolled. 20 immortal state warriors soared into the sky with pale faces, but they didn't dare to step into the clouds. Ah! Huguang's painful cry came from inside the tribulation clouds. Chapter 599. Howl, Army Destroyer. Following an explosive roar from within the tribulation cloud, an enormous aura suddenly rushed out. In the distant sky, a beam of light suddenly shot down. It was only daytime, but the stars were still in their original positions, covered by the sun. The star will of the Army Destroyer star suddenly poured into the tribulation cloud. Boom! The tribulation cloud of the 39 heavenly tribulations suddenly twisted violently. With a loud bang, the 39 heavenly tribulations suddenly exploded. Hong! The huge 39 heavenly tribulations exploded, but at the center of the explosion, a terrifying aura pressed down. The 20 divine realm warriors' faces changed. How could it be? Someone exclaimed. After the explosion, the phantom of a peerless general seemed to condense in the void. The peerless general held a long spear in his hand. His eyes were wide open, and a terrifying will made everyone's heart tremble. The Army Destroyer will. In the phantom of the peerless general, Huguang was holding a long spear and surrounded by the Army Destroyer will. In an instant, Huguang's battle intent soared to the sky. A fierce aura suddenly burst out and suppressed the group of divine realm warriors. Impossible. He has just finished the 39 heavenly tribulations and is at LV1 of the divine realm. How could his aura be so strong? A divine realm warrior exclaimed. Huguang's clothes were torn by the explosion. Huguang grabbed the spear with one hand and tore it in front of his chest with the other hand. Whoosh! The torn clothes were torn away, and the bare-chested Qin Haodong held the spear and looked at the crowd. You're courting death. Huguang waved his long spear and a powerful spear force rushed to the 20 divine realm warriors. One of the divine realm warriors raised his sword and blocked it. Boom! The sword in the divine realm warrior's hand suddenly exploded, and the divine realm warrior spat out a mouthful of blood. Puff! With the Army Destroyer will, Huo Guang's strength at the moment was more than one of the Divine Realm warrior. Let's go together and take down Huo Guang. Moe exclaimed. Humph, how dare you trap me? Huo Guang stared at him and the long spear suddenly burst out billions of silver light. Rumble. 1 against 20, Huo Guang's might was boundless. Boom. 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 As the spears collided again and again, the 20 Divine Realm warriors all spat out blood. 1 against 20, Huo Guang suppressed all of them. The star intent was extremely domineering. As the long spear danced, a terrifying destructive force rushed towards the immortal state warriors. Poof! 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 The sound of vomiting blood could be heard continuously. Huo Guang was simply too ferocious. They were all in the Divine Realm, but at this moment, Huo Guang was simply suppressing them one-sidedly. Impossible! Impossible! Let's work together to stop Huo Guang. Ah! The battle in the air continued without pause. Around Worry-Free City, countless cultivators looked up at the sky. The acting city lord, Huo Guang, showed his domineering side for the first time. Countless people looked up at the sky in shock. The 8,000 experts of the 5 sects rushed over. In an instant, there were countless experts around the floating island. Lu Jin and the others were extremely excited. While Huo Guang suppressed the crowd, a large hall opened at the bottom of the floating island. The disciples of the 5 sects immediately saw a man in a Taoist robe walk out of the hall. Elder! Everyone called out respectfully. An old man in a Tai Chi Taoist robe stepped out and looked coldly at the sky. Bam! Bam! Under Huo Guang's long spear, the 20 Divine Realm warriors were injured. 2 of them even had their heads explode and died on the spot. Bastard! The old man in the Tai Chi Taoist robe glared and a powerful aura shot up to the sky. The aura of a lower void realm warrior forced Huo Guang's long spear to stop. Whoosh! The remaining 18 Divine Realm warriors looked at Huo Guang in fear and quickly dodged. Huo Guang was too terrifying. Shrouded in the will of the stars, Huo Guang was too ferocious. Everyone felt that they were not facing a human, but a peerless demon. Huo Guang looked down and stared at the old man in the Tai Chi Taoist robe. Huo Guang glared and said, Lower Void Realm Warrior. Ignorant kid, why don't you surrender? The old man in the Tai Chi Taoist robe said coldly. So what if you are in the Lower Void Realm? I, Huo Guang, will still kill you. Huo Guang glared. Chapter 600. Ignorant brat, why aren't you surrendering? The old man in the Taiji Taoist robe said coldly. So what if you are at the lower void stage? I, Huo Guang, will kill you all the same. Huo Guang glared. Huo Guang dared to say such words because Huo Guang had the ability to do so. Firstly, he had the will of the stars and the army destroyer. The star will that was born for battle. Secondly, Huo Guang originally had the potential to be a fierce general. Throughout his cultivation journey, he had been growing in the midst of slaughter. The ferocity of his battles was overwhelming. Furthermore, according to Yan Chuan's method, Huo Guang's body was tempered by heavenly lightning. His body was not weaker than a lower emptiness realm expert. Most importantly, Huo Guang's cultivation technique, the Spear Heart's secret art, was a heaven-grade cultivation technique. In terms of cultivation technique, it was definitely much stronger than an ordinary lower emptiness realm expert. Ignorant brat, you're courting death. The old man in the Taiji Taoist robes glared at Meng Hao, then took a step forward and shot into the sky. Swish! A sword rainbow instantly slashed towards Huo Guang. Huo Guang's eyes widened as he stretched out his spear towards the sword rainbow. Boom! Under the impact, Huo Guang was pushed back 100 zhang before he stabilized himself. The lower emptiness realm naturally had its own uniqueness. Even though Hu Guang had many outstanding points, he was no longer as unbridled as before. You've just transcended the 9 heavenly tribulation, yet you're able to withstand my sword? The old man's face darkened. Lower void stage. Since that's the case, then you can be my whetstone. Hu Guang glared at him and rushed forward. Boom! The astral spear shot straight at the old man in the Taiji Daoist robe, and the two of them started fighting in the void. Who? Fierce winds blew as the two peerless powerhouses fought each other. Moe and the others' faces sank. Hu Guang. What a terrifying Hu Guang! A deity realm expert exclaimed in shock. 1 against 20. He alone can kill 20 of my men. He can still be so calm when facing an emptiness realm expert. The faces of the immortal state warriors turned extremely ugly. Trying to escape. Where do you think you're going? The old man in the Taiji Daoist robe suddenly shouted. Because at this moment, Hu Guang was fighting and retreating towards the east. To deal with you, do you think I'm going to run? Hu Guang shouted. Although he shouted, Hu Guang still moved towards the east. That's not right. Sect leader Moe's expression changed. What is it? Hu Guang isn't running away. He's heading to the east gate. He wants to break open the east gate and let the 100,000 soldiers in. Moe immediately saw through Hu Guang's intentions. What should he do? Although Elder can suppress Hu Guang, he can't stop Hu Guang from heading east. A deity realm expert frowned. Come on, let's go to Elder Qi and stop Hu Guang from leaving. Moe shouted. Alright. The 18 immortal state warriors rushed up to the sky and surrounded Yi Chen. Rumble. Hu Guang was fighting against a lower void state warrior and 18 immortal state warriors alone. The pressure on him multiplied and he was trapped on the spot. Roar. Hu Guang fought like a madman. Looking at the sky, all the cultivators were amazed by Hu Guang's strength. He had just reached the first level of the immortal state, but he could fight against a lower void state warrior and 18 immortal state warriors? That was unbelievable. Countless people revealed a look of shock. King Ye's face darkened. He felt that he might have made the wrong decision. At the southern city gate, Dan Qingzi's face twitched. Dan Qingzi had witnessed Hu Guang's growth. Hu Guang, who used to be something that he could easily crush, was now showing such a ferocious side. Wasn't this too exaggerated? On the floating island, Lu Jin watched Hu Guang lead the people away. She took a deep breath and said, Generals, let's go. Hu Guang has stalled all the immortal state warriors and lower void state warriors. Go to the 4 city gates and break open the city gates. Let the 100,000 soldiers in. Chapter 601. Yes. The 50 Qi Jing cultivators shouted in unison. Whoosh! The 50 Qi Jing cultivators quickly fled in all directions. Where do you think you're going? The 5 sects had sent 8,000 cultivators into the city, and there were hundreds of Qi Jing cultivators. How could they allow the 50 Qi Jing cultivators to destroy the city? Rumble. The 50 Qi Jing cultivators were stopped in their tracks. They were outnumbered several times over, and it was impossible for them to escape. Lu Jin stood on the floating island with a gloomy face. In an instant, battles broke out in the city, and the 100,000 soldiers outside the city were anxious. It's useless. Hu Guang, surrender. Moe looked around and laughed. Asking Hu Guang to surrender. Yan Chuan was probably the only person in the world who could do that. Others? Dream on. Hu Guang roared as he continued to attack with his spear. It's useless. No one can save you. The 100,000 soldiers won't be able to help you at the city gates. Moe laughed. Moe, you old fool. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the carefree city. Many cultivators turned around to look at the source of the shout. It was the peak of a tall mountain. The peak of the mountain was not far from the Imperial Demon Palace. King Yi Mu turned to look at the source of the voice, and his expression changed drastically. On the peak, Lu Gang stood at the front with 50 Tide cultivators kneeling behind him. Behind each of the Tide cultivators stood a disciple of the Imperial Demon Sect. "Father, save me!" One of the kneeling cultivators screamed in fear. "Ah, my son, you bastard!" Moe screamed. "Father, save me! Grandfather, save me! Third uncle, save me! Great-grandfather, save me!" 50 tied-up Xiuzha cried for help in terror. "Bastard! How dare you! You're courting death!" The 18 Immortal Realm cultivators were furious. For a moment, the 18 Immortal Realm cultivators panicked. Some of them even wanted to charge over. Lu Gang grabbed Moe's son and placed his saber on his neck. "Don't come over." The Imperial Demon Sect disciples placed their sabers on the necks of the kneeling cultivators. "Who?" The faces of the 18 Divinity State warriors darkened. Their loved ones were restrained, and for a moment, they were very anxious. "Unfilial disciple, let go of me!" King Yi Mu yelled. King Yi Mai didn't expect his disciple to be so bold as to capture the family members of the Immortal State experts from the 5 major sections. This was pushing the demon-controlling sect to their doom. Lu Gang glanced at King Wild. "Master, it's not that I don't want to release them, it's just that it's too late. Master, please order my sect's disciples to open the city gates." Lu Gang shouted. "Bastard, are you threatening your master?" King Wild Mu's face darkened. "Open the city gates." Moe and the other Immortal State warriors in the sky were shocked. "King Mai, don't open the gate. No one is allowed to open it." Moe roared. "Father, save me." Faced with Lu Gang's cold hand, Moe's son immediately cried out in pain. Moe looked at his son and his face darkened. However, Moe knew that once the city gates opened, all their efforts would be for naught. Even if you captured my son, you can't threaten me." Moe shouted coldly. "That's right, kid, you're courting death. You want to use our loved ones to threaten us? Dream on." The Immortal Realm cultivators shouted. Lu Gang looked at the Immortal Realm cultivators and sneered, "Threaten you? I'm not going to threaten you." Then, Lu Gang looked at King Wild Mu and said, "Master, it's up to you whether to open the city gates or not." Chapter 602. After saying that, a sinister glint flashed in Lu Gang's eyes, and he pulled his hand. Boom! Moe's son's head was separated from his neck. Lu Gang instantly beheaded him. King Ye's heart skipped a beat. "Roar! Bastard! How dare you kill my son?" Moe roared like a madman. Moe didn't open the city gates because he was sure that Lu Gang wouldn't dare hurt his son. Who would have thought that Lu Gang would kill his son on the spot? "Kill them!" Lu Gang shouted. "Yes!" Bam! 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 Behind Lu Gang, the 50 Divine Realm relatives who were tied up were all beheaded and killed on the spot. "No! Bastard! Brat, you're courting death!" The Immortal State warriors roared as they watched their sons, nephews, and grandsons being killed one after another. The Immortal State warriors roared in anger. Lu Gang had been watching King Wild the whole time he had killed 50 Immortal State warriors of his family. "Master, for the sake of the demon-controlling sect, it's up to you," Lu Gang said in a deep voice. King Wild Mu's eyelids twitched violently. He finally understood what was going on. Killing their relatives in front of the 5 major sects was not a threat to the 5 major sects, but a threat to himself. The demon-controlling sect had killed their loved ones. After this battle, it would be impossible for the demon-controlling sect to escape unscathed, let alone share the benefits. Wretched disciple, wretched spawn. King Yimu's expression was extremely ugly. This was Lu Gang using his own viciousness to force the demon control sect onto Yan Chuan's ship. Master, hurry! Lu Gang shouted as he led his senior brothers towards King Wild Mun. King Yimu's expression was extremely ugly, but he still roared, "Listen up, demon-controlling sect disciples. Withdraw the formation and open the city gates." In the distance, on the southern gate tower, Dan Qingzi was completely dumbfounded. He watched as Lu Gang killed the relatives of the 5 great sects in the distance. Compared to his ruthless methods, his methods of currying favor with Lu Gang were far inferior. Without needing Dan Qingzi to say anything, the disciples of the monster-controlling sect all opened their gates. Quang! Kill! Kill! The city gates opened, and the 100,000 soldiers outside the city roared as they swarmed in. Bastard! Close the door, close the door. Moe screamed. He roared furiously at King Yi. Lu Gang and the others quickly hid behind King Wild. King Yi Mai's expression was extremely ugly. His traitorous disciple had forced him to side with Yan Chuan. Moe yelled at him not to open the city gates, but it was still the same. King Wild had no choice but to swallow this bitter pill. He turned his head and looked coldly at the other side. He had no choice but to join forces with Huoguang. Junior brothers. Protect Lu Gang. King Wild said bitterly. At this moment, if Lu Gang was killed, the demon-controlling sect would really be in a dilemma. The other 2 immortal state warriors from the monster-controlling sect looked at King Yimu bitterly. They took out their weapons and prepared to fend off the immortal state warriors. Rumble. The demon-controlling sect joined the battle. Ha 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 ha. On the floating island, Lu Jin laughed loudly. 100,000 soldiers had entered the city. The 50 Qi state warriors who were besieged suddenly became excited because the reinforcements had arrived. After sending a few immortal state warriors to kill Lu Gang, Huoguang seemed to be able to catch his breath. Ha 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 ha. Huoguang laughed excitedly. First Legion, kill all the cultivators from the 5 major sections. Kill, kill, kill. Huoguang roared from the sky. Yes. The 100,000 soldiers who had rushed into the city roared in unison. Their voices shook the entire carefree city. Monstrous murderous intent gathered on the floating island. 100,000 soldiers besieged 8,000 cultivators. Ah, bastard! Moe roared. The situation suddenly became chaotic. The situation that was originally under control changed in the blink of an eye. It was completely out of control. Moe was furious. Chapter 603. Xiao. The 4, 5, 6, and 7 swordsmen landed beside Yan Chuan. Martial uncle, big brother. The 4 swordsmen greeted. When the 4 arrived, the eyes of the 800 Qi Jing practitioners lit up. Did someone come to find Yan Chuan? This was different from before. It's good that you're here. Yan Chuan said calmly. Have you found the place? Don't tell me you don't remember the way back. The 3 swordsmen laughed. Of course we know. Just follow us. The 4 swordsmen laughed. As soon as the 4 swordsmen finished speaking, all the sounds of birds, beasts, insects, and fish disappeared. The 800 Qi Jing practitioners who were whispering to each other also became quiet. Everyone's spirits were suddenly shaken. The place? Where? The white-clothed lady with the blue phoenix pulling the carriage. Yan Chuan asked the 4 of them to find the place. We guessed right. If we follow Yan Chuan, we will definitely find the Tian level skill. We didn't wait in vain. The surrounding practitioners started to discuss again. At the same time, their eyes were filled with hope. The sudden change in the environment surprised the four swordsmen. What? Did I say something wrong? The four swordsmen asked. You didn't say anything wrong. Yan Chuan laughed. Pang! Above the lake, a pillar of water shot out. A 10-meter-long azure crocodile soared into the sky. However, a spear pierced through its abdomen. The one who came out of the water after that was the slightly injured Huguang. Pang! The crocodile was thrown onto the shore. Huguang was the first to jump onto the shore. Pang! 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 A large number of crocodiles jumped out of the water. A group of Jin-E army soldiers rushed out with their trophies. In the blink of an eye, there were 500 crocodile corpses on the shore. King, the mission is complete. Huguang said excitedly. Set up camp and eat. Yan Chuan nodded. Yes. The 3,000 embroidered uniform army soldiers quickly got busy. At this moment, the faces of the surrounding 800 cultivators stiffened. Stop to eat and rest again. Don't you know where the woman in white is? Go quickly. What would happen if she left? Although the Xiuzhou were anxious, there was nothing they could do. After all, Yan Chuan still needed to personally ask for the heaven-grade cultivation method. He could only wait. After setting up camp and cooking delicious food, Yan Chuan started to eat in the headquarters tent. Accompanying them were Huguang, Lu Jin, Zhu Jiansheng, and the 7 swordsmen. Uncle, there are already more than 800 Qi Jing warriors, aren't you worried at all? 6 swordsmen asked curiously. What are you worried about? Yan Chuan smiled. You're worried that they'll harm you. 6 swordsmen was confused. Will it? Why not? The 6 swordsmen were puzzled. Because they are not a single entity, I am safer. Yan Chuan laughed. Mutual restraint? The 3 swordsmen asked curiously. Yes. Moreover, if there is any danger, these 800 Qi Jing warriors will help. Huguang also laughed. Ah. Xiao. Just as everyone was talking, a stone suddenly shot into the tent. Dong! The stone hit Yan Chuan's table. Xing! Xing! The group of swordsmen pulled out their swords and looked at the stone in surprise. Yan Chuan looked at the stone and sneered, someone is trying to assassinate me? Who? Huguang immediately stood up. Chapter 604. Yan Chuan nodded. Huguang acted as if nothing had happened and walked out of the tent with the wine. Outside the tent, there were many soldiers eating crocodiles. Brothers, the king asked me to give you a toast. Now that we are outside, there is no wine, so we will use meat as a substitute. Ha! Huguang laughed. Sir! Everyone stood up. Huguang held the wine cup in one hand and made a strange gesture with the other. The gesture was normal, but all the soldiers' pupils shrank. Long live the king! All the soldiers raised the meat and congratulated. While eating the meat, the soldiers chatted and divided into different groups. Inside the tent. Assassination? Martial uncle, how did you know? Zhu Jiansheng was surprised. This is a reminder from one of the 800 practitioners. Yan Chuan smiled as he looked at the pebbles on the table. Ah. Who? Zhu Jiansheng was curious. Who? How would I know? They helped me find out. We just need to be more careful. Yan Chuan laughed. Assassination? What should we do? The 3 swordsmen were worried. What are you worried about? Huguang is already there. Don't worry about them, let's continue eating. Yan Chuan laughed. Ah. Everyone was confused. Martial uncle is too carefree. Even if someone tries to assassinate him, he won't care. While everyone was eating, Huo Guang raised his cup and walked around the 3,000 soldiers. Some of the soldiers disappeared without them noticing. On a hill not far from the main tent, 20 Qi Jing assassins sent by Wei Chan were all staring at the main tent. Boss, I saw it. Yan Chuan is in the tent. One of them said coldly. There are 800 Qi Jing cultivators outside. There are 8 Day sects Qi Jing cultivators in the tent. The others are not a problem. The leader said. 8 Day sects Qi Jing cultivators are not a problem. The main thing is that there are 800 Qi Jing cultivators outside. They are all waiting for Yan Chuan to lead the way. If we assassinate him, won't they be angry? Angry? Whatever, we must complete the mission given by the alliance leader. We must rush into the tent. You 8 block the 8 Day sects Qi Jing cultivators. The 12 of us will attack at the same time and kill Yan Chuan. Once Yan Chuan is dead, we will retreat. It will be too late to save the 800 cultivators. The leader said. Boss is wise. We will escape after killing Yan Chuan. No one can stop us. Well, since it's confirmed, let's begin immediately. I'll count to 3, and we'll move out together. Yes. Whoosh, 20 black figures instantly shot towards the central tent like 20 sharp arrows. They were so fast that the countless cultivators in the surroundings could not react in time. The 20 assassins arrived in front of the tent and were about to enter. Bang, suddenly, 500 rays of light shot towards the tent. 500 shooting sun arrows shot towards the 20 assassins. Ha! The 20 assassins' faces changed. Bang! The assassins spat out their chi walls one after another, and a powerful aura spread out. Bang! 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 The shooting sun arrows were blocked by the air wall, but the power of the 500 shooting sun arrows was enormous. When they hit the air wall, the speed of the assassins suddenly stopped. Some of the assassins were even knocked back by the force of the shooting sun arrows. Not good. The assassin leader's face changed. Shoot! Bang! Chapter 605. With a clear target, the second volley of 2,000 shooting sun arrows exploded out. 2,000 streams of light, like a meteor shower, fiercely crashed into the air wall of the 20 assassins. Rumble. It was equivalent to a Qi Jing realm cultivator facing 100 shooting sun arrows. Although the power of a Qi Jing realm cultivator was not as strong as a Qi Jing realm cultivator, there were many of them. With the combined power of 100 shooting sun arrows, the power of the shooting sun arrows was comparable to a Qi Jing realm cultivator. The air wall around the 20 assassins shook violently, almost collapsing completely. We've been discovered. Not good. Someone cried out. Let's go. You want to leave? Shoot. Huo Guang shouted again. Pang. This time, there were even more arrows. 3,000 arrows burst out almost at the same time. There were even more arrows than before, and they were even more ferocious. 3,000 rays of golden light shot out, bringing with them endless despair. They closed in on the 20 assassins. Originally, they looked down on the essence realm, but now, boom. Ah! The air wall exploded from the impact, and the remaining force of the rain of arrows unscrupulously struck the crowd of cultivators. Bang! Bang! The air wall exploded, and all the Xiuzhou were heavily injured. Their long swords struck the rain of arrows, but there were too many arrows. How could he block all 3,000 arrows at once? Ah! Ah! The assassins were hit by the arrows and fell to the ground. Of the 20 assassins, 5 were dead, and the remaining 15 were covered in arrows. They were all at a loss as they looked at the group of elite realm cultivators in disbelief. Impossible, impossible. The leader said in disbelief. The 20 of them were assassins, yet they were all wiped out in the blink of an eye. I'm in the Chi realm, but they're in the Chi realm. Those guys are only in the Essence realm. At this time, no one would sympathize with them. The 800 Qi Jing cultivators who had regained their senses were also glaring at the assassins. It was already merciful that they didn't teach them a lesson, why would they pity them? At the same time, the 800 Qi realm cultivators were also looking at Hu Guang and the others in surprise. These days, the Jin army had only killed 2 or 3 Qi realm beasts, so the cultivators didn't think much of it. At this moment, he finally realized the true power of the Imperial Secret Army. 20 Qi State warriors. Take him down in an instant. Pierce his shoulder blades and tie him up. Huo Guang shouted. Yes. The soldiers replied. In the blink of an eye, 15 Qi Jing cultivators were tied up and brought to the main tent. In the central tent, Yan Chuan was still drinking and eating. Zhu Jiansheng and the 7 swordsmen looked at the group of Qi Jing warriors kneeling on the ground in confusion. Boss, try slapping me. The 3 swordsmen felt like he was dreaming. Slap. The great swordsman slapped the 3rd swordsman's face. Ouch, you really hit me. The 3 swordsmen's face immediately swelled up. Looking at his palm, the great swordsman said in a deep voice, it hurts quite a bit. Looks like it's not a dream. Boss, I'll fight you to the death. The 3 swordsmen said with grief and indignation. Zhu Jiansheng looked at Huo Guang in surprise. They are from the Life League. They are all in the Qi state. Are these Qi Jing warriors still the same group of mortals that he met a year ago? With 5 dead, the 15 Qi Jing warriors kneeled in front of Yan Chuan like prisoners. Yan Chuan, you better let me go now. Otherwise, the Life League will kill you like how we killed your father. One of the Qi Jing assassins said viciously. What did you say? Yan Chuan put down a piece of meat and said coldly. I said like how we killed your father. The assassin said again. Shoo. A long spear came from behind and pierced through his heart. It was Huo Guang who killed him with a single spear strike. The 14 assassins who wanted to scare Yan Chuan suddenly changed their expressions. These people are crazy. Chapter 606. Qing Long arrives, kill. 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 The 100,000-strong army soon clashed with the disciples of the 5 sections. The 8,000 disciples of the 5 sects were at the Qi state level several times higher than the army. However, the advantage of the army lay not only in their power, but also in their overall strength. Once the shooting sun arrows were fired, even the strongest Qi state cultivators would have no chance against them. The army was well trained and their attacks were deadly. Ah! Help! Master, help me! The battle was a mess. The 8,000 disciples screamed in agony. The army had grown through fighting. Their spear techniques were invincible. The 8,000 disciples were killed one after another. 5 immortal state cultivators attacked Lu Gang out of hatred. Lu Gang hid in the array outside the Imperial Demon sect while King Yi and 2 other immortal state cultivators held on. In the distance, the disciples of the 5 sects suffered heavy casualties. The immortal state cultivators seemed to have lost their minds. Bastard! Bastard! The immortal state cultivators roared. 5 immortal state cultivators charged toward the army. Fire! Lu Jin said coldly. Bang! 10,000 arrows were fired at the 5 immortal state cultivators. Nearly 100 Qi state cultivators charged toward them. Most of the 100,000-strong army were immortal state cultivators, but there were too many of them. They were more than enough to kill the Qi state cultivators of the 5 sections. For a time, a great battle began. Ha 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 ha. Although Hu Guang was struggling bitterly, the situation was in his favor, and everything was in his favor. Drag it out, so be it. Mo Yi's eyelids twitched. All immortal state warriors, besiege Hu Guang. Capture Hu Guang and defeat the 100,000 strong army. Mo Yi shouted. Mo Yi's decision was correct. As long as Hu Guang was captured, the 100,000 strong army would surrender. Whoosh! The 10 immortal state cultivators quickly flew back to Hu Guang's battlefield. King Yi heaved a sigh of relief after the immortal state cultivators left. Master, quick! Help Hu Guang. Inform all the disciples of the demon-controlling sect to assist the 100,000 strong army. Lu Gang cried out anxiously. If Hu Guang were to die or be captured, then all his previous plans would be for naught. King Yi frowned as he looked at Lu Gang, his eyes filled with anger. If not for Lu Gang, how could the demon-controlling sect be so passive? Master, this disciple will accept any punishment. Please consider the survival of the Imperial Demon sect as the most important thing. After this battle, this disciple will offer a humble apology. Lu Gang said solemnly. King Wild Mu's face darkened. Junior brothers, let's go. King Wild soared into the sky. The other 2 immortal state warriors also followed King Wild and charged toward the battlefield where Hu Guang was. Disciples of the demon-controlling sect, heed my command. Assist the army of 100,000 and exterminate the disciples of the 5 sects as soon as possible. King Yi Mu roared. Yes. The disciples of the demon-controlling sect answered. King Mai, you're courting death. Mo Yi scolded. Mo Yi was not the only one. Almost all the immortal state warriors on Hu Guang's battlefield were glaring at King Mai. Ha 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 ha. Hu Guang laughed out loud. Bam! An energy blade slashed at Hu Guang's back. Suddenly, a wall of air appeared behind him to block the attack. Even so, the impact still left Hu Guang in a sorry state. Kill! King Mai had no choice but to go all out this time. He quickly harassed the immortal state warriors. However, his opponents were too strong. 1 lower void stage cultivator and 18 immortal state warriors were too strong. Hu Guang was constantly being suppressed. The old man in the Taiji Taoist robe even left a long scar on his chest. Hu Guang's spear danced more and more fiercely. Every time he attacked, it seemed like both sides would suffer. Chapter 607. Little brat, are you really that strong? The lower ethereal state old man was also shocked. How could Hu Guang still be able to struggle in such a situation? The old man was shocked by Yi Futian's strength. Was he really a Tier 1 immortal state warrior? The battle lasted for an entire afternoon. King Yi Mu was covered in wounds, and the 2 immortal state warriors were covered in blood. Hu Guang was the same. There were hundreds of wounds on his chest and back. However, Hu Guang was like a ferocious tiger that refused to admit defeat. Even if his defeat was certain, he was unwilling to admit defeat. Roar! Die! Hu Guang waved his spear crazily. The immortal state warriors were about to win, but none of them could laugh. Less than 1,000 of the 8,000 disciples were left. The army of 100,000 had also lost their minds. Lord, you're buying time for us. Kill! For Lord, kill! Lord! The army of 100,000 was furious. They vented their anger on the disciples of the 5 major sects when they saw the battle in the sky. Chi state warriors could fly, but they couldn't fight in the air. Even the airflow created by Hu Guang's battle kept the Chi state warriors away. They didn't dare to shoot arrows for fear of hurting Hu Guang. Kill them all. Don't leave a single one of them alive. Kill them all. The soldiers' eyes were red as they vented their impatience. Senior brother, I can't hold on any longer. An immortal state warrior from the Imperial Demon sect said in pain. You have to do it even if you can't continue to cause trouble. King Yi Mu said anxiously. Yes. The intense battle continued, and the blood on Hu Guang's body kept increasing. The 8,000 disciples of the 5 major sects were all killed. They looked at the sky anxiously. Almost everyone was looking at the battlefield in the sky. At that moment, no one noticed a green light shooting toward the carefree city. Whoosh! The speed of the green light was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived at the worry-free city. Furthermore, it used its fastest speed to reach the floating island of the worry-free city. Who's there? Protect Eunuch Lu. The soldiers instantly became nervous. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew, and 2 figures appeared in front of Lu Jin. Qing Long and Yi Feng. Stop! Lu Jin shouted. Her face lit up with joy. Mr. Yi, is our king back? Lu Jin exclaimed in surprise. Yi Feng nodded. Seeing Yi Feng nod his head, Lu Jin immediately revealed a look of wild elation. Great! My king is back. Our king is back. This is... Yi Feng turned his head to look at the sky. Senior Azure Dragon, please help Hu Guang quickly. Lu Jin immediately called out. Azure Dragon nodded and said, Protect Yi Feng. As he spoke, Azure Dragon soared into the sky. Lu Jin looked around. All Qi Jing generals listen up. Protect Mr. Yi Feng with your life. Lu Jin shouted. Yes. The Qi Jing generals obeyed. Whoosh! Around Yi Feng, close to 100 soldiers suddenly surrounded him. They drew their bows to prevent any accidents from happening. In the sky, Hu Guang was suppressed by a group of experts. His face was red and his eyes were filled with unwillingness. Ha 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 ha, Hu Guang, you are at the end of the road. Surrender. Moe said hatefully. 8,000 disciples, all dead. Moe's heart was bleeding. At this moment, Moe had made up his mind. Even if the Great Winged Heaven School wanted to punish him, he would bury the 100,000 soldiers and Hu Guang with him. Surrender without a fight? Bah, you think you're worthy? Hu Guang said hatefully as he withstood the tremendous strength of the group of experts. Chapter 608. Humph. Then he shall die. Elder, kill him. Avenge the disciples of the 5 sects. Moe shouted. The inferior void stage elder nodded. Okay. Boom. Suddenly, a beam of azure light shot up into the sky. Suddenly, a loud bang was heard as a powerful force dispersed the group of overlords. Hu Guang was freed. Huh. Almost everyone's expression changed. A man in an azure robe suddenly appeared beside Hu Guang. King Wild was covered in blood, but he still flew to Hu Guang's side with 2 immortal state warriors. King Wild's eyes lit up when he saw the man in the azure robe. King Wild knew this man. He had met him once in the Feng Shui formation. It's him. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope flashed across King Wild's heart. Hu Guang, we are late. Qing Long said with a wry smile. Ha ha ha. You are not late. Just in time. Hu Guang laughed. Who are you? The inferior void stage elder asked. Qing Long ignored the elder and said to Hu Guang, I will stop this inferior void stage cultivator. You take care of these immortal state warriors. Qing Long sighed when he said this. He was able to cultivate so fast because he followed the saintess and received merit from the Dajiao's sacred ground. However, when he looked at Hu Guang, Qing Long realized that the speed he was so proud of was a disgrace. He still remembered that Hu Guang was only a mortal back then. How could he be so powerful now? According to the situation just now, Azure Dragon was sure that Hu Guang could block a group of Divine Realm warriors. No, Qing Long, help me take care of these Immortal State warriors. I will deal with this inferior Void Stage cultivator. Hu Guang said with a glare. What? Qing Long was surprised. The injuries on my body were all caused by him. I want him to pay me back 100-fold. Hu Guang said with a fierce look in his eyes. Qing Long stared blankly at Hu Guang and finally nodded. Old man, give me your life. Hu Guang brandished his long spear, and suddenly, a huge spear aura rushed out. Just as Moe and the others were about to help, a huge force suddenly struck them. It was Qing Long's palm. A dragon-shaped green light wave shot straight at Moe. Moe thought that Qing Long was just an immortal state warrior, so he thrust his sword at him. Boom! Moe's longsword suddenly exploded, and the green light wave rushed towards Moe's chest. Boom! An explosion resounded through the sky. Pooh! Moe spat out a mouthful of blood. He was sent flying. Qing Long's attack immediately suppressed the group of Deity Realm experts. Abyssal Realm? Are you at the Abyssal Realm? An Immortal State warrior shouted in horror. Hu Guang had already embarrassed them, and now there was another Abyssal Realm warrior. Boom! Boom! Qing Long quickly attacked with all his strength. The group of Immortal State warriors couldn't resist. Suddenly, blood spurted out of their mouths and they were sent flying. Some of them even fell from the sky. Shoot! Below, the army was waiting to attack. Even an Immortal State warrior couldn't withstand 10,000 arrows at the same time, not to mention that he was seriously injured. The 3 Immortal State warriors of the Imperial Monster Sect were all overjoyed. We are saved, Sect Master, we are saved. An Immortal State warrior was covered in blood and said excitedly. Below, at the Imperial Monster Sect. Lu Gang's face was full of joy, and the group of senior brothers behind him were also ecstatic. Junior brother, we made the right bet. The senior brothers were excited. Lu Gang nodded and excitedly led the group of senior brothers to the floating island. When they were near, the army took precautions to bring Lu Gang to the floating island. I am Lu Gang. Greetings to Eunuch Lu and Mr. E. Lu Gang said respectfully. Lu Jin looked at Lu Gang with a smile and said, Lu Gang, you have contributed greatly in this battle. I will report this to the king. Eunuch Lu, you are too polite. This is what I should do. When the King of Hell was still in Carefree City, he once asked me if I wanted to be an official. Although it was just a passing remark, I remembered it in my heart. I have always wanted to repay the King of Hell for valuing me. Now that I have this opportunity, how can I not do it? Lu Gang said politely. Yi Feng looked at Lu Gang. Naturally, he could tell that Lu Gang was here to surrender, or to win fame. However, Yi Feng didn't say anything because Yan Chuan had been paying attention to this person for a long time. Lu Gang, you have done well this time. The king will not treat you unfairly. Don't worry, I will put in a good word for you in front of the king. Lu Jin said with satisfaction. Thank you, Eunuch Lu. Lu Gang said excitedly. Chapter 609. Day Sect. The sect was silent as the internal strife began. All the disciples had gathered at the foot of the main peak. Yan Chuan carried Miao on his shoulder and entered with Zhijiansheng. Not long after, they saw a large number of disciples confronting each other. Martial uncle, what's wrong? Zhijiansheng asked in surprise. Yan Chuan squinted his eyes and stopped. There's a big mess in the sect. Zhijiansheng said anxiously. Miao, take out the 100 swords. Yan Chuan said to Miao. Miao. Miao quickly took out 100 swords from her felt hat. Zhijiansheng. Yan Chuan looked at Zhijiansheng. He handed over a map. Martial uncle, what's this? Zhijiansheng asked in confusion. Follow this map and place the 100 swords around the main peak. Wait for my orders. I'll go to the main peak first. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. Zhijiansheng nodded. Leaving Zhijiansheng behind, Yan Chuan walked towards the main peak. Main peak, Great River Hall. Mo Wuhui, do you really want to cause internal strife in Dai sect? Mo Wuhui, you don't have the qualifications to be the sect leader. Feng Tianyu, you betrayed your master. How can you face your father? In the Great River Hall, it was noisy. The Divine Realm experts who supported Mo Wuhui and Feng Tianyu were arguing. Why go through so much trouble? Feng Tianyu, you and Mo Wuhui have a fight. The outcome is clear. Mo Wuhui doesn't have the qualifications to be the sect leader. A black-robed man behind Feng Tianyu said lightly. Bastard, who are you? Hiding your head and showing your tail. Gao Bufan shouted coldly. The leader of the 20 black-robed men sneered, it doesn't matter who I am. What matters is that Mo Wuhui is a cripple. What did you say? Gao Bufan shouted. How dare you? Duan Sanshu also shouted angrily. Ha, Peak Master, I'll test it for you. Jiang Nan said with a sneer. Clang. Jiang Nan instantly pulled out his long sword and stabbed towards Mo Wuhui. Mo Wuhui stared coldly. Ding! Gao Bufan instantly pulled out his sword and knocked Jiang Nan's sword away with a loud bang. You're courting death, drawing your sword against the sect leader. You're deceiving your master and destroying your ancestors. San, Gao, who are you trying to scare? Xing! 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 In the main hall, a group of Divine Realm experts pulled out their swords. Just now, it was just a verbal quarrel. Now, because of Jiang Nan's recklessness, they were really at loggerheads. Sword chi surrounded both sides. For a time, the main hall was filled with sword chi. In some places, sword chi collided with each other, making a dull sound. In the main hall, a fierce wind blew. The leader of the black-robed men spoke again, Feng Tianyu, we can only do this much for you. Go and challenge Mo Wuhui. Let everyone see what Mo Wuhui is like. Let's see if he is qualified. Feng Tianyu's eyelids twitched. He grabbed the hilt of his sword. Opposite him, Mo Wuhui looked coldly at him. In the main hall, sword chi shot in all directions. A battle was about to break out. Bastard, what a disgrace. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the side hall. A powerful aura rushed out. The powerful aura suppressed the group of Divine Realm and Chi Realm experts. In fact, before that imposing aura, the crowd's sword auras were all forced back. Who? Jiang Nan asked in surprise. Chapter 610. Two angry old men slowly walked out of the side hall. Elders? When did you come back? Gao Bufan and the others were pleasantly surprised. The people behind Mo Wuhui all looked happy, but the people behind Feng Tianyu all looked extremely unsightly. The two elders of the Dai sect. The aura of the two elders rushed toward Feng Tianyu and the others. The powerful suppression made the experts unable to resist. Emptiness realm. Lower emptiness realm. Jiang Nan exclaimed. The two elders walked over and looked at Feng Tianyu with bitter resentment. Tianyu, I watched you grow up. How did you become like this? Tianyu, are you going to destroy the Dai sect? How can you face your father? The two elders scolded Feng Tianyu in disappointment. Because he was Feng Tairan's son, the two elders took good care of Feng Tianyu. They didn't expect that Feng Tianyu would come to the Great River Hall to force them to abdicate. Feng Tianyu looked at the two and his expression became more complicated. He shook his head and said firmly, I didn't do anything wrong. I did it for the Dai sect. Bastard. Nonsense. The two elders glared at Feng Tianyu and their angry aura suppressed Feng Tianyu. It was as if they wanted Feng Tianyu to submit. The suppression of two lower emptiness realm experts was extremely powerful. Feng Tianyu's legs trembled, but he forced himself not to kneel down. Humph, two old men. The leader of the black-cloaked men suddenly shouted. Boom. While speaking, the two black-cloaked men suddenly took out a large saber and slashed toward the two emptiness realm elders. After the two sabers slashed, the two elders realized that the situation was not good. It seemed that the situation was out of their control. They hurriedly raised their swords to block the attack. Boom. Boom. Two loud sounds came from the Great River Hall. A violent hurricane rushed out of the hall. The terrifying aura pressed down the mountain, causing the faces of the Dai sect disciples at the foot of the mountain to change. Ka 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 ka. A large number of cracks appeared on the floor of the Great River Hall. The swords of the two elders were fiercely suppressed by the two black-cloaked men. The four of them were in a stalemate and couldn't move. Emptiness Realm Elders. You are also Emptiness Realm Elders? One of the elders couldn't move and shouted. Who are you? Who are you? Another elder asked in surprise. Among the 20 black-robed men, 2 of them were actually Emptiness Realm experts. Mo Wu Hui and the others felt as if they were being suppressed by this terrifying aura. Feng Tianyu, what are you waiting for? The leader of the black-robed men shouted. Feng Tianyu, you traitor! An elder exclaimed. However, they were both Emptiness Realm experts. At this moment, the two elders could only remain in a stalemate, unable to intervene. Buzz! Feng Tianyu pointed his sword at Mo Wu Hui, and a burst of divine realm aura rushed out. Boom! Mo Wu Hui's body trembled as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Feng Tianyu's face darkened. Sect Master, what's wrong with you? Gao Bufan exclaimed. Duan San Shu immediately stood in front of Feng Tianyu. Just his aura. Mo Wu Hui couldn't take it and vomited blood. That's impossible. Everyone was surprised. When did Mo Wu Hui become so weak? Scram! The black-robed man waved his hand. Rumble! Duan San Shu and the others, who were in front of Mo Wu Hui, were suddenly lifted by a huge force. Moreover, they were fiercely suppressed by the powerful aura of the black-robed man. Another Emptiness Realm expert. Another Emptiness Realm expert. What did our Dai sect do to deserve this? How did we attract so many Emptiness Realm experts? An elder shouted in shock. Chapter 611. The black-robed man held everyone back, leaving only Mo Wu Hui for Feng Tianyu. Feng Tianyu, attack! The leader of the black-robed men said. Feng Tianyu raised his sword again and looked at Mo Wu Hui. He shook his head and said, Mo Wu Hui, hand over the Tian Su. Feng Tianyu's eyes flashed with anticipation. Impossible. I will never hand over the Tian Su to you. Mo Wu Hui stood up with difficulty. At this moment, Mo Wu Hui looked extremely weak. You are pushing everyone in the Dai sect to destruction. Feng Tianyu said with an ugly expression. Destruction? You destroyed it, didn't you? Mo Wu Hui's eyes were cold. Hand over the Tian Su to me and the Dai sect will be safe. You will all be fine. Feng Tianyu said in a low voice. Over my dead body. Mo Wu Hui's eyes were filled with hatred. Since that is the case, I can only sacrifice you. After killing you, the Tian Su will naturally appear. Feng Tianyu's eyes revealed a trace of difficulty. Stop, Feng Tianyu, don't you dare. The two elders were anxious. Feng Tianyu, you bastard. Gao Bufan and the rest shouted angrily. Mo Wuhui did not resist but looked coldly at Feng Tianyu. Feng Tianyu's eyes were cold as he slashed his sword at Mo Wuhui. No. In the main hall, those who supported Mo Wuhui all shouted. Swish. At this moment, a black light suddenly shot into the main hall. The black light was extremely fast and appeared in the middle of everyone in an instant. Ding! The black light hit Feng Tianyu's sword and knocked it away. Everyone's expression changed as they looked at the black light. The black light stopped. It was a black sword. The sword floated in the air and emitted traces of evil qi. The black sword suddenly blocked in front of Mo Wuhui and faced Feng Tianyu and the rest. Sword spirit. The leader of the black-robed men said in a low voice. Jade Emperor's sword. This is Yan Chuan's sword. Gao Bufan's eyes lit up. At this moment, Yan Chuan stood at the entrance of the Great River Hall and slowly walked into the main hall. Swish! The Jade Emperor's sword instantly flew back to Yan Chuan. Greetings to Uncle. Yan Chuan, you are back. In the main hall, everyone around Mo Wuhui. Yan Chuan's face was gloomy as he slowly stepped into the hall. Jiang Nan's eyes flashed with hatred. Ha ha ha, you really walked right into the trap. Yan Chuan, you actually came back by yourself? The leader of the black-robed men laughed. Yan Chuan ignored him and walked to Mo Wuhui. Looking at Mo Wuhui, Yan Chuan's eyebrows twitched as a trace of uneasiness flashed through his heart. Vitality life? Yan Chuan actually couldn't sense any vitality from Mo Wuhui's body. Was Mo's, Uncle Mo, and was, he to Wu Uncle Qi to Tianyu Yan Chuan quickly walked in front of Mo Wuhui. He, Uncle Qi, he,'s uncle. Was elders. Looked. Ha, it's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. Mo Wuhui's body softened as he spoke. Yan Chuan hurriedly supported him. Uncle. Senior sister. The people around Mo Wuhui immediately shouted. At this moment, the black-robed man seemed to have retracted his aura. Everyone surrounded Mo Wuhui. You don't have any vitality. Why are you like this? Yan Chuan frowned. I was the one who killed her. I have already shattered her soul. I can't believe she could hold on until now. The black-robed man said coldly. What? Her soul shattered? Feng Tianyu frowned and looked at the black-robed man. Mo Wuhui grabbed Yan Chuan and smiled bitterly. Do you know? I have been waiting for you to come back. I promised your father that I would help you become the sect leader. I promised the old sect leader that I would give you the Tian Su. I thought I couldn't wait any longer. That day, he shattered my soul. I thought I was dead for sure. I didn't expect that I would be able to hold on for so long. You are back. You are finally back. Let me take a look. Yan Chuan was worried. It's useless. I can't be saved. You came back in time. I have no regrets. It has been 16 years and 83 days. I don't have to stay in this world anymore. I can go and see Xiao Tao. Mo Wuhui smiled sadly. Chapter 6:12. It's useless. I can't be saved. You came back in time, so I have no regrets. It's been 16 years and 83 days. I don't have to stay in this world anymore. I can go and see Xiao Tao. Mo Wuhui revealed a sad smile. Hearing Mo Wuhui's words, Yan Chuan panicked. Although Mo Wuhui had always been cold and aloof in the Great River sect, Yan Chuan knew that Mo Wuhui had always been working hard to make him sit on the sect lord's seat. In other words, she had always misled others and made them think that she was always going against him. "Senior sister, you'll be fine," Gao Bufan exclaimed. "Sect leader." Everyone immediately cried out. Mo Wuhui smiled miserably. "My heart is already dead. Living on is also a torment. Feng Tairan asked me to keep this heavenly policy for you." Mo Wuhui flipped his hand and took out a golden scroll. Tian Su. With a wave of her hand, the Tian Su unfolded, revealing lines of words. Day sect, bestowed by the heavens. Sect leader, Mo Wuhui. Peak master of heaven peak, Yan Chuan. Peak master of earth peak, Mo Wuhui. Peak master of black peak, Feng Tianyu. Peak master of yellow peak, Gao Bufan. At this moment, the group of black-robed men didn't seem to be in a hurry as they stared at the Tian Su. Jiang Nan looked at Yan Chuan with hatred. Feng Tianyu's expression was complicated. The Tian Su unfolded, revealing lines of words. Mo Wuhui smiled slightly and waved her hand. The words on the Tian Su suddenly disappeared. Rumble. The merit pool in the sky above the Day sect trembled violently and then rushed down. The pond of merit, which was as vast as a golden cloud, rushed into the great river hall in the blink of an eye and went straight into the heavenly policy. The front of the Tian Su was blank, but there was a golden cloud. The golden cloud gradually condensed and a golden, Yen, word appeared on the Tian Su. Yen? Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. When your father obtained the Tian Su, the initial seal on the Tian Su was only the word, Yen. When Feng Tairan obtained it, he could have added a second seal, but he didn't. Do you know why? Mo Wuhui smiled weakly. The Tian Su, God bestowment stratagem, is a gift from the heavens. Only the first-generation possessor can use it to advance. Once the first seal is engraved, the possessor will be the first-generation possessor. Once the second seal is engraved, it means that the possessor has changed. In the future, the possessor will have to work 10 times harder. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. It's good that you know. This is only the first seal, and it's not finished yet. You can carve Tao or Chuan on the back. To you, this Tian Su is no different from the Tian Su you just got. Mo Wuhui said weakly. Yan Chuan was silent for a while. Feng Tairan said that this Tian Su was obtained by your father. That year, in order to save the Day sect, your father committed suicide in front of the crowd. The Day sect was ashamed of him, and did not have the right to possess this Tian Su. He told me that no matter what, I must give it to you. You can decide how to deal with it. Mo Wuhui said weakly. After receiving the Tian Su, Yan Chuan's eyes became slightly moist. I'm leaving. I beg you, okay? Mo Wuhui's body trembled as he said. Say it. Yan Chuan took a deep breath and said. Let me be buried beside your father's grave. I beg you. Mo Wuhui grabbed Yan Chuan's arm and trembled. With his eyes slightly moist, Yan Chuan nodded solemnly and said, okay. After getting Yan Chuan's agreement, Mo Wuhui's face immediately bloomed with a beautiful smile. His hands softened and he closed his eyes. Chapter 613. Sect Leader. Senior Sister, Senior Sister. Junior Sister. The group of immortal state warriors cried. The hall was filled with sorrow. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, a burst of laughter sounded in the hall. The leader of the black-robed men laughed and interrupted the crying of the crowd. Yan Chuan turned to look at the black-robed men and placed Mo Wuhui's body on the ground. He looked at the leader of the black-robed men coldly and said, It was you who shattered Mo Wuhui's spiritual soul. It was me. I wanted Feng Tianyu to get the Tian Su and call you back. I didn't expect you to come back. You saved me a lot of trouble. Moreover, the Tian Su only has the first seal. It's great. I will get the Tian Su even if I have to change my name. Give it to me. The leader of the black-robed men said excitedly. Yan Chuan looked at him coldly. With a flip of his hand, he kept the heavenly policy in his sleeve. Humph, you don't know what's good for you. In that case, you will die. The leader of the black-robed men suddenly attacked and a sword light shot towards Yan Chuan. Ding! The Jade Emperor's sword collided with the black-robed man's sword and knocked it away. Everyone, attack together. Yan Chuan is right in front of you. Kill him. The leader of the black-robed men shouted angrily. Roar! Yan Chuan widened his eyes and let out a loud roar. Shing! 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 Thousands of Jade Emperor's swords suddenly appeared in the hall. All of a sudden, a group of experts were trapped within. How could it be? A black-robed man's face changed. He stretched out his hand and attacked. Boom! The roof of the great river hall was overturned with a loud bang, and the entire hall collapsed. However, when the hall was removed, the scene in the surroundings caused the expressions of the experts to change once again. Sword Chi, extremely terrifying Sword Chi. Everyone seemed to be in a world of swords. There was Sword Chi in all directions. There was no sky or earth. They could only see the swords. The violent Sword Chi pressured everyone. Yan Chuan was in the sea of swords. The Jade Emperor's sword formation forced the black-robed men to retreat. It was to the extent that the Sword Chi even took off the hood of the black-robed man, revealing his face. Boom! The two elders of the Dae sect were also freed. It's you guys? An elder exclaimed. 5 great sects. 5 lower void stage martial artists. Another elder exclaimed. The black-robed leader was a red-haired old man. Sword array. It's actually a sword formation. The red-haired old man exclaimed. Yan Chuan looked at the red-haired old man and said coldly, Kill Mo Wu Hui. Damn you. 10,000 swords fall. Rumble. Suddenly, boundless sword chi shot toward the red-haired old man from all directions. Powerful sword chi, each of them emitted a dark light. It was as if the heavenly river was pouring down from the heavens as it charged towards the red-haired old man. Bastard! The red-haired old man's face changed. He quickly raised an air wall and used the long sword in his hand to block in all directions. However, the Jade Emperor's sword formation was too powerful. The air wall couldn't block it at all. In the blink of an eye, half of it was cut. The long sword in his hand couldn't be compared to the billions of sword chi. In the blink of an eye, the sword river was about to cut the red-haired old man. The red-haired old man's face changed. No, Yan Chuan, you dare to kill me. The red-haired old man stopped trying to save himself and slashed at Yan Chuan fiercely. Humph. Yan Chuan's eyes flashed with a ruthless light. Rumble. The power of the sword chi suddenly increased and slashed at the red-haired old man. Pist 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 pist. In the blink of an eye, the red-haired old man's flesh and blood flew. In the blink of an eye, he was cut into pieces. His blood was absorbed by the Jade Emperor's sword. Chapter 6:14. Ah! With a scream, the red-haired old man turned into a pile of meat paste in the blink of an eye. Under the Jade Emperor's sword array, even his divine soul was crushed. Sword array. The faces of those who were about to resist changed. Is this a sword array? That was the leader of the men in black. He was killed in the blink of an eye. Even the 2 elders of the Dae sect were stunned at this moment. They looked at Yan Chuan in disbelief. How is it possible? He was at the lower void realm. How could he be killed by the sword array? What level is this sword at? The two elders murmured. A lower void realm cultivator was crushed in the blink of an eye. The men in black trembled. Suddenly, no one dared to move. Jiang Nan was even more shocked. Jiang Nan knew that Yan Chuan would be much stronger this time, but he didn't expect that Yan Chuan would be so terrifying. He was at the lower void realm. Feng Tianyu's face showed a trace of bitterness, but the immortal state warriors behind him were frightened. Yan Chuan, we were forced to do this. Peak Master Tian, the 5 sects forced us to do this. Peak Master Tian, we were forced to do this. The rebels of the Day sect shouted. However, Yan Chuan ignored them and looked at Gao Bufan. Peak Master Huang, how did Feng Tairan die? Yan Chuan asked in a deep voice. I don't know. The old sect master's death is very strange. Gao Bufan shook his head. The people of the Day sect shook their heads. Feng Tianyu closed his eyes and looked up without saying a word. Zhijiansheng, pull out Feng Tairan's body. I want to examine it. Yan Chuan shouted. At the foot of the mountain, Zhijiansheng looked at the endless sword qi on the mountain and was stunned. Is this a sword array? Is this what Uncle Master wanted to do just now? Suddenly, Yan Chuan's voice came from the mountain. Yes. Zhijiansheng replied. He called out to the nearby junior brothers and a group of people quickly went to a tomb at the back of the mountain. Old sect master, I'm sorry. Zhijiansheng bowed respectfully to the grave. Then, a group of people quickly lifted out a huge coffin. In the great river hall. Don't test it, I killed him. Feng Tianyu suddenly smiled bitterly. What? In the main hall, almost everyone's expression changed as they looked at Feng Tianyu. Feng Tianyu killed Feng Tairan. Impossible. Feng Tianyu, no matter how much of a bastard you are, it's impossible for you to kill your own father. Gao Bufan immediately cried out. Even though they despised Feng Tianyu for what he had done in the past, after so many years, they knew that he was extremely filial to his father. Patricide? How could this be? If you really did it, I will kill you. Yan Chuan said coldly. Feng Tianyu felt bitter and didn't say anything else. At this time, Zhijiansheng had already flown up the mountain with the huge coffin. The sword formation opened up a path for Zhijiansheng to pass through. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of everyone. When the coffin was put down, Zhijiansheng immediately saw Mo Wuhui lying on the ground. Master, Master! Zhijiansheng cried out and rushed over. However, Yan Chuan reached out and lifted the lid of Feng Tairan's coffin. Although it had been more than 10 months, perhaps because he was a cultivator, his physical body had not rotted. Inside the coffin, Feng Tairan's expression was extremely peaceful, as if he was sleeping. After a careful inspection, there was a palm print on Feng Tairan's back. It was this palm that had shattered all of Feng Tairan's vitality. Even so, there was no pain on Feng Tairan's face. Instead, there was a kind of peace of liberation. Yan Chuan narrowed his eyes and turned to look at Feng Tianyu. Did you really kill him? Son of Heaven Mo Ku went back on his word and sent the great wise Bodhisattva to eradicate the Day sect and you. My father sacrificed himself so that my Day sect could survive until now. Otherwise, my Day sect would have been destroyed a year ago. Feng Tianyu said bitterly. Everyone thinks that I was threatened by the 5 sects. Ha ha ha, 5 sects. What are the 5 sects? Only trash like you would be tempted by them. Feng Tianyu looked at the people behind him who were supporting him. Feng Tianyu, you. Everyone glared at Feng Tianyu. Chapter 615. Emperor Mo Ku went back on his word and sent the Bodhisattva of wisdom to eliminate you and the Day sect. My father sacrificed himself so that the Daih sect could survive until now. Otherwise, the Daih sect would have been destroyed a year ago. Feng Tianyu said bitterly. Everyone thought that I was threatened by the 5 sects. Ha ha ha, 5 sects. What are the 5 sects? Only trash like you would be tempted and confused by them. Feng Tianyu looked at the people behind him who were supporting him. Feng Tianyu, you. Everyone stared at Feng Tianyu. Feng Tianyu ignored the people behind him and looked at Yan Chuan. That day, the Bodhisattva of wisdom came. The Daih sect was about to be destroyed. My father knew that he couldn't resist, so he pretended to be unyielding and ordered me to compromise in exchange for the Daih sect's survival. One was unyielding and the other was treacherous. Finally, the Bodhisattva of wisdom was fooled. I promised that after killing my father, I would take the position of sect master and trick you into coming back by sacrificing your Tian Su. Then, would catch all of you in one fell swoop. Feng Tianyu said bitterly. No wonder Feng Tairan died so peacefully. Duan Sanshu sighed. So it was Feng Tairan who deliberately set this up to trick the Bodhisattva of wisdom and give the Daih sect a chance to breathe. Gao Bufan also sighed and looked at Feng Tairan. Looking at Feng Tairan lying peacefully in the coffin, everyone looked at Feng Tianyu and understood a lot. Nonsense. Yan Chuan glared. Huh? Everyone looked at Yan Chuan. The Bodhisattva of wisdom did come that day. This group of black-robed people saw it with their own eyes. Feng Tianyu said. I can interrogate them. A Daih sect elder suddenly said. Yan Chuan shook his head and said coldly, I believe that the Bodhisattva of wisdom came. I also believe that the Daih sect was about to be destroyed. I even believe that because of you, Feng Tianyu, the Daih sect was able to survive. I believe that you saved the Daih sect. But... Yan Chuan's eyes turned cold. Was it Feng Tairan who ordered you to compromise and kill him? Yan Chuan glared at him. Yan Chuan, what's the meaning of this? Feng Tianyu's eyes turned cold. Saving the Daih sect and deceiving the great wise Bodhisattva. If Feng Tairan was the one who came up with this plan, he wouldn't have given the Tian Su to Mo Wu Hui. In comparison, Feng Tairan actually trusts Mo Wu Hui more than you, his son. Yan Chuan's voice turned cold. Immediately, everyone raised their eyebrows as doubts arose in their hearts. Feng Tianyu also looked coldly at Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice, Feng Tianyu? Although you saved the Daih sect, you killed your father. If you didn't do anything, Feng Tairan might have died in the hands of the wise Bodhisattva, but you still killed Feng Tairan. You still killed your father. Yan Chuan's words were like a sharp knife that stabbed into Feng Tianyu's chest. Ridiculous. It was me. I saved the Daih sect. Without me, the Daih sect would have been destroyed a long time ago. None of them would have survived. Feng Tianyu shouted. Everyone in the Daih sect looked at Feng Tianyu silently, blankly, and angrily. You saved the Daih sect. You were the one who was afraid of death. Yan Chuan shouted again. I didn't do anything wrong. Father also understood what I meant. He agreed with me. Feng Tianyu shouted. He looked coldly at Feng Tianyu. Indeed, Feng Tairan understood your plan in the end. Because of your decision, many people survived. That was why Feng Tairan died peacefully. However, this doesn't change the fact that although Feng Tairan understood you, he didn't order you to kill him. You acted on your own. You killed Feng Tairan. You killed your father. Chapter 6:16. You killed your father. The word struck Feng Tianyu's chest like thousands of lightning bolts. Feng Tianyu couldn't bear it and took a few steps back. Feng Tianyu widened his eyes and looked at Yan Chuan in shock. I saved everyone. I saved the Daih sect. I saved everyone. I'm right. I'm right. Feng Tianyu murmured. The disciples of the Great River sect were all silent. Nobody dared to speak, as they had all been dragged into this matter. Yan Chuan stared at Feng Tianyu and said in a deep voice, I said that if you did it, I'll kill you. Ha, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Feng Tianyu raised his head and laughed sadly. Tears fell from his eyes. Feng Tianyu didn't want to explain anything. There was nothing to explain. This was the truth. Although Feng Tairan understood and the Dai sect was saved, Feng Tianyu still killed his father. Yan Chuan looked at the experts of the Dai sect who had supported Feng Tianyu. Feng Tianyu was a member of the Dai sect, but you betrayed the Dai sect. You should be killed. Yan Chuan stared at them. Boom. The violent sword chi shot at the group of Dai sect traitors. No. We were forced to do this. Help. The cultivators quickly waved their weapons in horror. However, they couldn't resist the sword formation that could even kill an expert of the lower void realm. They died one after another. Help. Jiang Nan pounced on a black-robed man in horror. Get lost. The black-robed man kicked him, but how could Jiang Nan let go? At this moment, he would die if he let go. The bloody scene broke out. Yan Chuan looked at the remaining black-robed men again. As for you, Humph. A large amount of sword chi rushed toward the 19 black-robed men. Boom. Under the ferocious sword chi, the group of experts was unable to resist at all. Instantly, the sword chi pierced through their bodies, but it didn't take their lives. Buzz. Jiang Nan hugged the black-robed man. Suddenly, golden light shot out in all directions, and a golden lotus appeared beneath the man's feet. The lotus enveloped the black-robed man and Jiang Nan. As for the black-robed man, his entire body was shining with a golden light. It was as if he had turned into a golden man. Swish! The golden lotus enveloped Jiang Nan and the golden man and instantly shot into the sky. Where do you think you're going? Yan Chuan glared at him. Swish! The Jade Emperor's sword shot forward. The golden man's expression changed. He stretched out his hand and urged the golden lotus to resist. The golden lotus suddenly burst out with millions of golden lights. Boom! With a loud crash, the golden lotus shattered, but it did not explode. Pooh! The golden man spat out a mouthful of blood. However, taking advantage of this huge force, he still managed to fly out. Swish! In the blink of an eye, he escaped from the sword formation. Yan Chuan, just you wait. I will be back. My master, the great wisdom Bodhisattva, will destroy your body and soul. The golden man roared. Little Arhat, how dare you boast so shamelessly? You think you can escape with your Dharma treasure? Next time, I will use your head as a sacrifice. Yan Chuan shouted coldly. My master will destroy your body and soul. The Arhat flew away and roared in the sky. Tell the great wisdom Bodhisattva that I will be waiting for him here. Yan Chuan glared and his voice traveled far away. An Arhat and Jiang Nan, both of them escaped. The others were all trapped. The black-robed men had their tendons cut off, and many of their acupoints were destroyed. They fell to the ground like a pile of mud. The traitors of the Dai sect were all killed on the spot. The storm of sword energy suddenly disappeared, and the Jade Emperor's sword formation disappeared. The remaining people of the Dai sect all looked at Yan Chuan in shock, especially Zhu Jiansheng. Do you still remember the guy who was at the third level of the power realm a few years ago? Now. He killed the emptiness realm expert as if he were slaughtering pigs. The traitors were all killed, and only Feng Tianyu was left. Yan Chuan looked at Feng Tianyu coldly. Although you saved the Dai sect, you killed Feng Tairan. I said that I will kill you. I won't do it. Kill yourself. Kill yourself. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. They looked at Feng Tianyu with complicated expressions. They didn't know what to say when Yan Chuan ordered him to kill himself. The two elders opened their mouths. They wanted to say something, but the words stopped at the tip of their tongues. Ha 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 ha. Feng Tianyu was still laughing sorrowfully. Yan Chuan watched quietly. Feng Tianyu looked at Feng Tairan lying in the coffin, and the sorrowful smile on his face deepened. Father, your son is unfilial. I am here to show my loyalty to you. Feng Tianyu laughed sorrowfully and pulled out his long sword again. He slowly placed the long sword on his neck. Feng Tianyu was ready to kill himself. No, father, no. Suddenly, a cry came from behind. His son, Feng Shao, who was knocked unconscious by Feng Tianyu, ran over from afar. Father, what are you doing? No. Feng Shao cried and hugged Feng Tianyu. Looking at Feng Shao, Feng Tianyu was surprised. Why are you awake? Father, I have known about the bastard from back then. I have been working hard. Just last year, I reached the Qi state. Father, father. Feng Shao cried. Good, good. My son has finally grown up. Ha ha ha, my son has finally grown up. Feng Tianyu cried and laughed. Father, what are you doing? What are you doing? Feng Shao was anxious. Feng Tianyu shook his head. Father has done something wrong. I have to atone for it. No, father. Grandfather is dead. Mother is dead. Father, you can't die. Feng Shao cried. Feng Tianyu shook his head and looked at Yan Chuan. Yan Chuan, Shao offended you in the past. I hope you won't. Feng Shao is young and immature. I can understand. Moreover, he is Feng Tyrant's grandson. I will take care of him in the future. I will not make things difficult for him. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Although his tone was firm, his eyes were still cold. Clearly, Feng Tianyu must die today. Ha ha ha, good. My father believes you. I also believe you. Shao, listen to Yan Chuan in the future. Feng Tianyu laughed. No, father. I will only listen to you. Father. Feng Shao wanted to snatch Feng Tianyu's sword. Bang! Feng Tianyu forced Feng Shao away. Father. Feng Shao wanted to rush over, but at this moment, a wall of qi blocked him. Shao, don't follow your father's example. Feng Tianyu smiled sadly and wiped the sword in his hand. Boom! Feng Tianyu's head was cut in half. Clang! Plop! The long sword fell and Feng Tianyu fell into a pool of blood. Father! Feng Shao cried and rushed over. Yan Chuan took a deep breath and sighed. In the main hall, the other people of the Dai sect watched Feng Tianyu kill himself and sighed. A gentle breeze blew and the danger of the great river was resolved. However, at this moment, no one could laugh. Almost everyone was immersed in grief. A gentle breeze blew through the collapsed Dai hall. Other than sighs, there was also the sound of Feng Shao crying. Chapter 617. Carefree City. Spears shot out in all directions from the sky. Like pillars that supported the heavens, they shot toward the emptiness realm. Old man, boom. 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 The two of them fought each other, and strong winds blew in the sky. Impossible, you are only at God realm, you are only at stage 1 of God realm. The old man's robe was in tatters and he exclaimed. The more Huoguang fought, the fiercer he became. Astral powers surrounded the old man and forced him to retreat. On the other side, the azure dragon made a move. Moe and the other God Realm experts were soon severely injured and captured. On the floating island, Qing Long returned to Yi Feng's side. As for the group of Deity Realm experts, they were crippled by Qing Long and thrown to a group of generals to guard. Moe raised his head and sighed. How could this be? How could this be? Sect leader Moe looked around in disbelief. When he came, how could he have expected such an outcome? The 5 sects were completely annihilated. 8,000 disciples were all killed. Even the elders of the lower void stage were being suppressed at this moment. It was unrealistic. It was like a dream. Piercing heaven's spear. Huo Guang shouted. Hong! The longsword in the lower void stage old man's hand exploded with a bang, and Huo Guang's spear pierced into the old man's chest with a bang. With a shake, a heaven-overflowing sound was released. That elder's chest exploded, and blood shot out in all directions. No, no. The old man was terrified. Carrying his heavily injured body, he fled in a certain direction. Close the city gates. Activate the formation. Huo Guang shouted. Boom. The 4 city gates slammed shut. Within the worry-free city, an array formation was activated. A series of barriers blocked the old man's path. Bastard! Boom! The old man broke through the first layer of the barrier, but what greeted him was the second, and then the third. If the old man was at his peak, he could easily break through the barrier. But now, the old man was extremely weak. Breaking through one layer was already difficult, let alone breaking through more. Piercing heaven's spear. Huo Guang shouted again. No! Hong! The old man's head exploded. A lower void stage expert had fallen in front of everyone. My lord is invincible. My lord is invincible. My lord is invincible. The cheers of 100,000 soldiers could be heard from below. At this moment, many people understood the old man's cultivation level. He was at the lower emptiness realm, he was at the emptiness realm. How could he be killed by their lord? Huo Guang was too ferocious. The general was the soul of an army. If the general was fierce, the army would flourish. The army of 100,000 roared, and the countless commoners in the city were also very excited. On the floating island, Moe's mouth was agape, and his entire body was in a daze. His last glimmer of hope was completely extinguished. Yi Feng sighed as he looked up at the sky. What a fierce general! Qing Long's expression was extremely complicated. Was this still the same Huo Guang that he could kill with a single breath back then? Huo Guang was covered in blood, but he was more excited than anything else. He slowly flew to the floating island. Carefree City's crisis had been completely resolved. Dai sect, in front of Yen Tao's grave. Yen Chuan buried Mo Wuhui's grave beside his father's. Zhu Jiansheng knelt in front of Mo Wuhui's grave, and his face was filled with sorrow. Looking at the grave in front of him, Yen Chuan sighed softly. At this moment, a figure flew over from behind. It was Gao Bufan's disciple, the 3rd swordsman of the 7 swordsmen. Martial uncle, Feng Shao refused to stay. He wants to leave. The 3rd swordsman said with a complicated expression. Refuse to stay. Yen Chuan frowned. Yes, he buried Feng Tianyu's corpse beside Feng Tyrant's grave. After kowtowing, he bid farewell to everyone and left. He should be at the entrance of the sect now. The 3rd swordsman said with a complicated expression. Chapter 618. Yen Chuan closed his eyes and pondered for a while. He took a deep breath and said, let him go. Okay. The three swordsmen nodded. At the entrance of the Day sect, Feng Shao carried a long sword on his back. He walked to the entrance and suddenly stopped. Feng Shao turned his head and looked at the mountains behind him. For a moment, his eyes were misty. In the past, he was the playboy of the Day sect. Although he had done a lot of bad things, he still had the love of his grandfather and father. Now, his grandfather and father were dead. In the past few days, Feng Shao had understood everything. However, Feng Shao still couldn't let it go. He didn't even want to believe it. Shao, don't follow your father's example. These were Feng Tianyu's last words before his death, and they reverberated in his mind like a drum. Shao, don't follow your father's example. Shao, don't follow your father's example. Feng Shao knelt down in front of Feng Tairan and Feng Tianyu's graves. Thump. 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 He kowtowed 9 times in a row. He stood up and sniffled. Grandpa, Dad, don't worry. I won't let you down. Feng Shao bit his lips and said. Feng Shao wiped his tears and rushed out of the gate. He didn't look back. At the top of a mountain, Gao Bufan, Duan Sanshu, and the other immortal state warriors sighed. After watching Feng Shao leave, Gao Bufan said, let's go to Yan Chuan's grave. Okay. Everyone nodded. They came to Yan Tao's grave. Zhujiansheng was in a better mood now. He stood up. Yan Chuan was surrounded by a group of Qi state warriors. Gao Bufan, Duan Sanshu, 2 Emptiness Realm elders of the Day sect, 2 immortal state warriors, and more than a dozen Qi state warriors. 2 elders. Everyone. Yan Chuan took a deep breath and said. Yan Chuan, what do you plan to do? Gao Bufan asked. Since all of you have come here, you obviously have a plan. What are your plans? Yan Chuan looked at the crowd. Gao Bufan smiled bitterly and said, the Day sect has already disbanded. Moreover, being targeted by the heavenly Prince Mo Ku, it will be a disaster sooner or later. The 2 elders have also agreed. The Day sect will be disbanded. Disband? Yan Chuan frowned as he looked at everyone. Back then, my grandfather founded the Day sect. I didn't expect that I would witness its dissolution. The Day sect has been dissolved. I have refined 9 tokens. We 2 are in the virtual realm, Gao Bufan and the other 4 are in the divine realm. Feng Shao and you, each take 1. The elder of the Day sect handed over a token. It was a square-shaped token with the word, river, engraved on it. Although the Day sect has been disbanded, the 9 of us were once part of the same sect. If it's within our power, we should help each other. The elder said. Okay. Yan Chuan nodded. Yan Chuan, what about you? Gao Bufan looked at Yan Chuan. I plan to establish a celestial kingdom. Yan Chuan said. Kingdom? Everyone was surprised. Yes, a kingdom. Perhaps you don't think much of a kingdom, but I believe that under my creation, sooner or later, it will be famous all over the world. Yan Chuan said with certainty. Everyone looked at Yan Chuan strangely, but in the end, they did not refute. After all, at this point, there was no point in making any more suggestions. My kingdom accepts all the talents in the world. Are you willing to join my kingdom? Yan Chuan issued an invitation. Gao Bufan and the other divine realm experts frowned slightly, but the 7 swordsmen, Zhujiansheng, and the others were eager to give it a try. Chapter 619. The 2 elders of the virtual realm smiled and shook their heads gently. Gao Bufan looked at each other and finally shook his head. No. May your celestial kingdom grow stronger. All the immortal state warriors nodded. Yan Chuan smiled and said, I know that you don't want to be bound by my celestial kingdom, so I won't force you. However, if the disciples of the Day sect below the Qi state are willing to do so, please don't stop them. Oh. Gao Bufan was surprised and then looked at his 7 disciples. You 7 want to stay? Gao Bufan was confused. The 7 swordsmen looked at Gao Bufan with a complicated expression and then looked at the great swordsman. Master, you will always be our master. However, at this moment, we want to follow martial uncle and see the so-called celestial kingdom. The great swordsman said seriously. Ha ha ha, good, then you can stay. Gao Bufan was also free and easy. Zhijiansheng, 7 swordsmen, tell all the disciples of the Day sect my idea. Those who want to stay, wait for me at the square below the main peak. Those who don't want to stay, give them 10 years of spirit stones and let them find their own way out. Yan Chuan took a deep breath and said. Yes. The 8 of them answered. In that case, we will meet again. Gao Bufan said solemnly. See you. Yan Chuan nodded. The immortal state warriors and virtual realm warriors of the Day sect left with the disciples who were willing to follow. Zhijiansheng and the 7 swordsmen also dismissed a large number of disciples. When Yan Chuan arrived at the square below the main peak, there were only 1,000 disciples. Most of them were in the Qi state, and there were about 30 of them in the Qi state. They all bowed to Yan Chuan solemnly. I am very gratified that all of you are willing to stay behind and help me. I'm sure all of you have seen the world of mortals before and know what a country is. I, Yan Chuan, do not wish to say too much. Since all of you have decided to stay behind, you will have to abide by all the laws and regulations of the celestial nation. Yes. Everyone answered. Activate the Day sect's grand formation. After a while, I will send an army to guard it. All of you will be under Yifeng's command and will be under Yifeng's command. Yan Chuan said seriously. Zhijiansheng, the 7 swordsmen, and the others were slightly disappointed when they saw that they were not with Yan Chuan. However, they still took a deep breath and said solemnly, yes. Yan Chuan nodded. At this moment, there was a slight movement in Yan Chuan's arms. Miao poked her head out from Yan Chuan's arms. Miao, how long have I slept? Miao rubbed its sleepy eyes. With a smile, Yan Chuan lifted Miao onto his shoulder. Zhijiansheng, take the others and stand guard here. The 7 swordsmen, take care of the black-robed men. We will go to Carefree City first. Yan Chuan said. Yes. A few days later, Carefree City, City Lord Manor, King of Hell's Palace. The main hall was tightly shut. Only Yan Chuan was in the hall. Even Miao had been chased out of the hall. On the table in front of him, there was a God bestowment strategy and a Tian Su. On the God bestowment strategy, there were the words Yan Chuan. On the Tian Su, there was only the word Yan. He waved his hand at the Tian Su. Rumble. A series of muffled sounds came from the Tian Su. Suddenly, beside the word Yan, there was an additional word Chuan. Originally, I only needed an ordinary Tian Su. I only needed to find a lower-level sect to get it. Who would have thought that the final Tian Su would come from the Day sect? Yan Chuan revealed a bitter smile. He held the God bestowment strategy in one hand and the Tian Su in the other. His eyes gradually became serious. The God bestowment strategy will devour the Tian Su and use it to perfect itself. It will then condense the investiture of the gods. Let's start devouring. Yan Chuan's hands slowly moved closer. Chapter 620. Yan Chuan activated the God Bestowment strategy with one hand. The fortune on the God Bestowment strategy churned, and a golden dragon of fortune floated up and down. It emitted a dazzling golden light. With the other hand, he activated the Tian Su. The merit on the Tian Su churned, forming a vortex that emitted a bright yellow light. One was golden, and the other was yellow. The two colors were similar. However, the yellow of fortune was more gorgeous and noble, while the yellow of the Tian Su was more stable. The God Bestowment strategy approached the Tian Su. The two slowly touched. Rumble. The golden light and the yellow light seemed to be conflicting with each other, as if they were suppressing each other. The Tian Su wants to devour the God Bestowment strategy. Even if it has accumulated 100 years of merit, the fortune of the God Bestowment strategy has taken a quarter of the Julu academies. Impossible. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Roar. The golden dragon of fortune in the God Bestowment strategy roared. Boom. The golden light completely suppressed the yellow light. The God Bestowment strategy rumbled like war drums. Endless fortune quickly wrapped around the Tian Su, bit by bit, completely enveloping the Tian Su. The Tian Su emitted a yellow light, but at this moment, it seemed to be struggling bitterly. Rumble. The Tian Su completely melted into the God Bestowment strategy. At this moment, the God Bestowment strategy was also distorted, as if the whole page had expanded. It was even wider. On the back of the God Bestowment strategy, the three words, God Bestowment strategy, were also distorted. On the front, the golden dragon of fortune suddenly seemed to have melted. It seemed to have melted. The golden dragon of fortune melted, and the God Bestowment strategy became illusory. Yan Chuan waited patiently. A full 2 hours passed. Roar. Suddenly, a dragon's roar came from the front of the God Bestowment scroll. A golden dragon condensed from the boundless destiny. The golden dragon instantly absorbed 80% of the destiny. This new golden dragon of providence was even more lofty and majestic than before. The dragon's head was larger, and the dragon's eyes were more condensed. Even the dragon's horns were more than twice the size of the golden dragon of providence. This is my golden dragon. Yan Chuan took a deep breath and said with satisfaction. On the back of the God investiture strategy, the three words twisted for a while before slowly turning into the words investiture of the gods. The God investiture strategy states that one can only fight for the providence of other countries or cultivate one's own providence. But the investiture of the gods was different. After devouring Tian Su, not only could the investiture of the gods seize the providence of other nations, it could also seize the merit of other sects and convert it into providence. The investiture of the gods is about to be completed. Yan Chuan sighed emotionally. Sighing, he placed the investiture of the gods on the table. He reached out his hand and took out a black royal seal. There were 2 golden spots on the black royal seal. 9 black dragons suddenly appeared on the royal seal. The 9 dragons roared ferociously, as if they were fighting for a golden pearl. The other golden spot was at the bottom of the royal seal, where there were 8 words. The words were written in a boundless and domineering manner. Ordained by the heavens, live long and prosper. This was obtained from the undying Holy Land. Before the dark phoenix died, she gave it to Yan Chuan. It was the great mystic yellow universal jade. The jade was black and yellow. At this moment, it had already been refined by Yan Chuan. The black color was the body, and the golden color was the essence. The 9 dragons seized the pearl and turned into Yan Chuan's royal seal. The words, ordained by the heavens, live long and prosper. It stated the location of the royal seal. Holding the royal seal, Yan Chuan pressed it against the investiture of the gods. Boom! The royal seal imprinted on the investiture of the gods, and the boundless providence surged as if it was resisting the royal seal. Roar! The golden dragon of providence roared non-stop. Chapter 621. Yan Chuan glared. The great stabilizing heavenly seal represents me. The seal will be honored. Do not resist. Roar! The golden dragon of providence let out a long roar and slowly sank into the providence. The boundless providence circled around the great stabilizing heavenly seal for a while before finally submitting. Whoosh! When Shao Chen removed the imperial seal, 8 golden words appeared on the God investiture decree. Receiving the mandate of heaven, long life and prosperity. The 8 golden words seemed to contain great might, suppressing the boundless providence. A portion of the providence on the God investiture decree followed the 8 words and strangely appeared on the imperial seal. At this point, the nation's providence will refine my great stabilizing heavenly seal. The great stabilizing heavenly seal will not leak the nation's providence. Yan Chuan said seriously. Roar! The golden dragon of providence on the God investiture decree let out a long roar as if following Yan Chuan's orders. At this point, the God investiture decree was completed. The great stabilizing heavenly seal could also enjoy the nourishment of the nation's providence through the God investiture decree. After putting away the great stabilizing heavenly seal, Yan Chuan looked at the God investiture decree again. The beginning of the imperial edict, the God investiture decree. Everything is ready. Prepare to establish the nation. Yan Chuan put away the God investiture decree in satisfaction. After doing all this, Yan Chuan walked to the door. Creak! The door to the hall suddenly opened. Outside the hall, Miao immediately rushed over. Miao! Yan Chuan, what are you doing inside? Miao asked curiously. Preparing something. Yan Chuan smiled and did not explain. At this moment, in the plaza in front of King Yama's palace, Lu Jin, Hu Guang, Yi Feng, Lu Gang, and the others stood respectfully. There were also 10 odd generals. Greetings, my king. Everyone said respectfully. Lu Jin, Hu Guang, it has been hard on you all these years. Yan Chuan said with a smile. This is what we should do. Lu Jin and Hu Guang immediately shouted. Lu Gang. Yan Chuan looked at Lu Gang. I pay my respects to the King of Hell. Lu Gang stepped forward in an extremely respectful manner with an excited expression on his face. You did well in Carefree City's counterattack. Yan Chuan praised. You're too polite, King of Hell. Lu Gang immediately replied humbly. How's the thing I asked you to do coming along? Yan Chuan looked at Lu Gang. Lu Gang understood that when Yan Chuan asked him to do things, he was also testing him. Therefore, Lu Gang was extremely diligent these days. King of Hell, the immortal state experts of the 10 sects have all confessed. The 10 sects are the Clear Lake sect, the Bright Moon sect. They are all under the command of the Great Winged Heaven School. In the past, hundreds of sects besieged the Daih sect and forced the old King of Hell to his death. Lu Gang said respectfully. Yan Chuan nodded. This time, the 10 sects were almost in full strength. Almost all of the immortal state and emptiness realm experts were involved. However, they were all taken down by the King of Hell. Lu Gang said respectfully. That's good. Yan Chuan nodded. Hu Guang. Yan Chuan looked at Hu Guang. Yes, King of Hell. Hu Guang immediately stepped forward. You are to lead the 60,000 troops to annihilate the 10 sections. Set out in 2 days. Yan Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes, King of Hell. Hu Guang said solemnly. Yi Feng. Yan Chuan looked at Yi Feng. Yes, King of Hell. Yifeng stepped forward. Have the disciples of the Dai sect reported to you? Yan Chuan looked at Yifeng. Yes, they have all paid their respects to me. Yifeng said solemnly. With them as the foundation, form the Second Legion. Yifeng will be the commander of the Second Legion. Yan Chuan said solemnly. Yes, commander of the Second Legion, Yifeng, pays his respects to King of Hell. Yifeng bowed solemnly. Thus, the Second Legion was formed. Congratulations, Mr. Yi. No, congratulations, Commander Yi. Huo Guang said with a smile. Everyone congratulated him. Lu Gang's eyes were filled with eagerness. You're tuning into the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.